I should be. I'll get you, now you beg me please. Hey, now I stay away, you were never meant to save me. Now I stay away, I wanna hear you say you're sorry.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of
guys. There you go. I fixed my own mic. Okay. Hi, guys. Welcome in. Welcome in. It is officially, oh my god, Ursiiday's Pokemon Pocket number 27, and it is the top cut. I am really excited to get to talk to you guys about this fantastic meta we're seeing here in our top 64. It is so diverse. It's absolutely insane. And we have a tweet out if you guys want to check it out. But I'm really, really excited to get to introduce you to my co-casters. It looks like SneakyDragon and Sableye. It does appear. SneakyDragon is a fantastic YouTube content creator for Pokemon Pocket. He does competitive content and he does a lot of really fun challenges. Some of you might know him as the man who's done the most damage ever in Pokemon Pocket. But with that, Sneaky, is there any way that you would like to introduce yourself? I can't hear you for some reason. Indefinite. You're muted. You're muted in Discord. Still can't hear you. I could just hear you a second ago when we were hanging out before this. Let's see here.
Hello, hello.
Oh, we can hear you now. How would you like to introduce yourself though?
Hello, I'm the Sneaky Dragon. I do the YouTube things, and Sableye often sabotages my stream. That's about it.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here today, Sneaky. I really do appreciate it. Have you had a chance to look at our top 64 yet? Because to me, it's looking kind of awesome for our casting today.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of exciting decks. I definitely want to see Thorin's deck. I've been taking a peek at it with a very unusual take on the Greninja line. I kind of want to see how that plays with Oricorio.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. I think it's kind of crazy seeing. I mean, there's like so many mishmashes of like past decks, I want to say here. We have some really interesting, I mean, obviously there's the Darkrai Giratina that was the king of the last set. But now Darkrai and Giratina is still there. But in some decks, they've also kind of had a breakup. We have Oricorio with Darkrai. We have Greninja with Darkrai. We have Oricorio with Giratina. We have Greninja with Giratina. And we even have these new sets like Solgaleo and the Stoked Charizard that really saw zero play last format.
Stoked Charizard definitely got a big boost from Rare Candy. I like seeing that it was a card that really wasn't that useful before. You needed to evolve it, then it didn't really fit with Moltres. But now, it has a role, and its role is to get completely walled by Oricorio.
Honestly, yeah, that is completely true. Like, what is Charizard supposed to do? But I think we've seen a couple of options for that too, right? I hate to say it. I'm obviously a huge Oricorio fan myself. I am a huge Oricorio fan. Let's just put it that way. Oricorio. But Turtonator is a huge issue, I feel like, for that type thing. I mean, it's a great play for Charizard. I think there's one of it in our top 64, but there's also Incineroar that has some of those middle evolutions that do a lot of damage, but even the burn that gets through the ability.
The burn is a nice touch. It's interesting that you can still attack Oricorio, even if you can't damage it. So there's a whole bunch of interactions. I'm a little eager to test them out later. I'm making a list.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool interactions, I think, right now. Obviously, we still have, like, the ping from Darkrai that does damage. We got the different effects of attacks, but exactly whose attacks. It's going to be really interesting in the long run to see. But I hope some of these decks will learn to respect our little yellow cheerleader soon, in my opinion.
We'll see. I mean, so far, I think a big part of the community is aware that Darkrai can defeat Oricorio despite being unable to attack it. So it's a question of, have the Oricorio players leveled up their decks and strategies to deal with kind of the poke from these cards?
I do think, though, like, a lot of these decks are able to deal with Darkrai Giratina, minus one deck that has seen the most play this format, and that would be Solgaleo and Skarmory.
That deck can actually beat Giratina Darkrai, but they have to get a little bit lucky. You need a very early Solgaleo in order to take down the Darkrai's and Giratinas before they can get up and running. It's a little bit of a weird damage thing where Darkrai Poke plus Giratina plus Red will do 170 damage, plus the 10% recoil from Solgaleo will take it out. But if you can get it up quickly with Cape, take out Darkrai before they can get set, then you can knock down two of their EX Pokemon before they can defeat you. So it's a bit of sort of a race to evolve right there.
Yeah, I feel like there's not a lot of Achilles heals in the Darkrai Giratina deck, but the amount of turns it needs for Giratina to be powered up without Psychic Energy in the deck, and for that Darkrai to get 3 energies, that's definitely one point that Solgaleo could work with for sure.
I think so. And just for the record, I pronounce every Pokemon incorrectly. I say Giratina, and I get so many comments on my YouTube videos like, "What's a Giratina?"
For some reason, people get also mad at me when I say Zapdos. Like, I'm sorry, how else are you supposed to spell Zapdos? Spell Zapdos, pronounce Zapdos. People also used to get mad about the electric horse. So is that, oh my god. Oh my god, that like ping benches to knock out the magic.
Zebstrika?
Zebstrika, yeah. Or is it Zebstrika? I can never remember which one it is. Never remember which one it is. But yeah, it's funny on the pronunciation of Pokemon sometimes, for sure. I think Solgaleo has gotten a lot of hate though. I saw like it was the highest meta share, but it feels like almost every deck that we saw also, I mean, even just be popular in the set, like for this tournament, kind of counters Solgaleo.
It's a very unusual situation where it seems like it should be the best deck. It's taking Skarmory, which is an amazing card, giving it tools, early 50 damage, and then you have an even faster Stage 2 evolution with a 180 health card. The problem is the damage and the recoil. The fact that it only does 120 damage, which is not enough to KO most Pokemon in the meta, means it's doing 2 shots instead of 1 shot. So it's taking 2 hits of recoil. That's 20 damage, maybe 60 if you have to eat through a Rocky Helmet or a Poison Barb. And it's making its very big health pool just a little bit smaller.
Yeah, I never really like recoil. It kind of is the same thing with like Giratina as well, but at least now we have more health to deal with it. The recoil isn't as bad. I definitely would think it was better, but it even feels like in a lot of these decks you see, there's not even room for a red in Solgaleo, which could help it bring it from a 2-shot to a 1-shot.
I'm actually surprised a lot of people aren't running Magearna with Solgaleo. I feel like that's a much better partner than Skarmory because you're much less tool dependent. And then when you're fighting the Giratinas and the Darkrai's, you can 2-shot them for 2 energy, even if you don't have your Stage 2 online. I think that we're going to start seeing more people experiment with Magearna in these Steel-type decks because even though it's a little more expensive, and it does fight for energy with the Steel Lion. That is a little bit of a thing. They both need 2 energy. There is a little bit of a weird timing situation there. But if you can play strategically around the energy cost, it's much more threatening than Skarmory, and you don't have to dedicate 4 or 5 cards in your deck to Poketools. So now you can add in that Red, you can add in that Sabrina, you can add in that Cyrus.
Yeah, and it even feels like sometimes there's even an argument, right? Like, what tools are you supposed to run? I see some people doing 2 helmet, 1 cape. I see people doing 1 cape, 2 helmet. I see 2-2. I see 2-1, 1 poison barb. And that's just so many slots in your deck. I'm interested to see how that, I mean, if there's some type of, fix that can come in and help Solgaleo do exactly what it needs to do. I'm trying hard, guys. Anyway, Lunala is really easy to say if anybody wants to make Lunala the best deck in format. Just saying. Just saying. I will be here for it if you guys want to make Lunala the best deck in format. But yeah, there's so many interesting decks right now. I'm really excited to see how they're doing today. Are there any decks you specifically would like to watch today that maybe we can go hop in and watch their games?
I would really like to see some of the Oricorio Greninja decks.
Mm-hmm. So is there anyone in particular you would like to watch?
Is Thorin streaming?
Let's see if we can find a Thorin stream then. Let me quickly check here. And hopefully we can hop into that. Let me Heck. Just
think number 9 maybe.
yeah. So, oop, I misclicked. I think he's on seat 11. Okay. So, do you have a point of view you want to watch? Thorin is running, for those who don't know, a Greninja Oricorio Giratina EX line versus a Giratina Darkrai list. Do you have which point of view would you like to watch?
I'm good either way.
Let's hop to Thorn, maybe, or at least try. It's gonna be channel 9 in the Discord. Oh, which is what you said. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. Ha. Okay, so let's try to get this up here. I'm gonna let people know they can start. So have you played the Greninja Oricorio line at all?
I haven't. That's why I'm so excited to see it. I have not played this, I have not played against it, I've never seen it before. I've only today heard people even reference that this thing exists, so I'm really excited to see what it is.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I think there's like a couple of these that have been doing well, or at least like Oricorio versions in general with Greninja in it. There's like this one with Giratina. There's one with Darkrai with Oricorio and Greninja, and then there's a Wigglytuff with Oricorio and Greninja as well. So may it be the fight of the best Oricorio Greninja line.
I've been calling the Wigglytuff Oricorio deck the Ursiiday deck, because I first saw it on your channel, and then I tried to run it in Master Ball, but it's cursed. I swear it's cursed. I went 5 games in a row. My opponent's Giratina Darkrai. My opponent's Giratina Darkrai. My opponent's Giratina Darkrai. I'm like, I'm gonna try the Ursiiday deck. Next 5 games, no Giratina Darkrai. I switch back off of it, Giratina Darkrai again. They will not let me fight Giratina Darkrai with Wigglytuff Oricorio. I don't know what it is.
It's a fun one for sure. It's a fun one for sure. So I hope that you'll be able to play it. I really like it. I was like, I put up a video, but I was literally like melted after ranked, and I was like so mad at Giratina Darkrai, and I was like scrolling Twitter, and I passed the Judy tweet where it was like, oh, you think your Oricorio is so strong? My Giratina can destroy it. And it's like a video, right? I use that voice because that's how it was playing in my head. And I was like, oh man, yeah, you're right. There's only so much healing I can do, wait. And I was like sitting in the bathtub scrolling through cards. I was like, wait. Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff. So we'll see how it goes. Let's see here. We'll have to see how it. We're just waiting for them to get into game, and then we'll hop into it so everybody can watch. Really excited for this matchup, though, because there is a worry, right, that Oricorio will not survive. And there's not a lot of healing in this deck to support that Oricorio if maybe you don't hit the energies you need, in my opinion.
What is the line their opponent's playing?
Ridzen is running 2 Giratina, 2 Darkrai, 2 Professor's Research, a Pokemon Center Red, Guzma, Cyrus, Leaf, Sabrina, Mars, 2 Pokeball, a Potion, 2 Rocky Helmets, a Giant Cape, and a Poison Barb.
Poison Barb.
It's a thing.
Poison Barb is a...
What do you think about Poison Barb?
Oh, it's a bit of a weird card. I know a lot of people like it, and I think it's got that kind of new card factor. But I don't understand why I would ever want to run it instead of Rocky Helmet, because I feel like it's only going to do 10 damage initially, and then I can retreat or evolve or play Nurse Joy.
Yeah, I think that's true. I also do wonder though, right, that like the poison lasts longer. It does look like we're gonna be getting into the game here, so we have it up on stream for everyone to watch. We're starting with a Feroki in the active and not Giratina, Darkrai on Ridzen's side, but yeah, I'm interested to see it as well. Obviously, if you evolve up, the poison also disappears, but Oricorio with 1 retreat and the amount of turns you get, it's not wrong to retreat back and forth, you know?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm not feeling too confident about Thorin's chances right now. The Darkrai deck got everything it needed to start with. It got turn 2, energy on Darkrai, power up on Giratina on the bench. It's in the perfect form, whereas there's no Oricorio yet.
Yeah, where is the little electric cheerleader when you need it? I mean, doesn't seem like they're gonna be cheering for the Froakie right now, but oh, we haven't, at least there is a water attached down, but if we don't have an evolution, these Froakies are not gonna last very long.
There's always something worth discussing when you're fighting Darkrai Giratina, and that's how many non-Oricorios do you put on the bench? This is a real concern because if you put enough cards on the bench that theoretically Darkrai could Sabrina you in and KO you, they could still get prize points while ignoring the birds.
Yeah, that's a huge concern, right? Or even just putting enough damage on something that it can Cyrus it up later. And even then, like, if we decided to keep a Froakie in hand, what would that mean for this Iona? It would have been an extra card as well, right? So, would you have wanted to leave that Froakie in hand, hopefully get, just one more card that could be your Oricorio and have the space? Because I'm assuming you may want Giratina here to finish off.
Ooh, there's the Guzma, and that's going to allow Darkrai's Poke to finish off the Froakie, forcing the other Froakie onto the active slot, but Darkrai hasn't attacked yet. This is a full-on execution.
Ouch. That is going to be a game over just like that. And game 1 is going to go to Ridzen. Let's see. We'll cover up the game now so that they can get set up for game 2 and see where it goes.
I definitely agree that it might have been a good idea to have the Froakie just staying in their hand early for another card to Iono. And I might have even played the Iono a little bit sooner in the hopes that you get an Oak, which you can't play in the same turn, because we saw that, right? They Ionoed into an Oak, but then they couldn't play it in time. Maybe if they had been a little bit more paranoid about drawing the bird, they could have drawn it, but still, very bad luck. That was a very bricked hand for Thorin.
Yeah, let's see if they can hopefully bring it back this game and show us how they got here into the top 64 with this pretty awesome list, in my opinion. Sadly, however, it looks like we're going to be starting with Froakie again. So, it's up again, and it looks like we're going first. Pokeball, this is a 50% chance of Oricorio.
It's a golden Pokeball, so it has to give it to you.
True, true. Plumeline is its name in this language. I like that. Let's see. They do cape the Oricorio. It's going to last for a while, though. Honestly, if you can set up the 2 Oricorio, doesn't matter, right, if you lose an early point, if you can keep those Oricorios up.
Now, it is a little bit tricky because even if you can't lose, you might not be able to win. The Darkrai deck has a few win cons in this scenario, and one of them is just tying the game.
Yeah, that's for sure a concern, right? I do wonder, though, if that's kind of why the Greninja is there. Not Greninja, oh my god, Giratina is there, right? Because if it's really just going to be that stall-out match, Giratina can come in and at least nearly one-shot a Darkrai. And then if you have Cyrus in your list, you can still finish off like that, potentially. Let's see.
That's going to be the second Professor Oak for this Darkrai player. I have to say, they're drawing very well.
Yeah, they're getting literally every single card that they want here. But, it does look like for Thorin, the only heal they have, actually, other than I guess they have giant capes, right? Though we know that that's not always for sure since we have Guzma, is an Irida, not even 2. So, I mean, it's possible, but we would also need water energies. Ooh, nice Greninja. We do have 1 water energy on now, but I think we kind of need to retreat. Irida will keep it safe for a turn. But, I mean, it can't attack next turn either way.
I think the reason for that Irida was mostly to prevent Cyrus from dragging the Greninja back in later.
Yeah, agreed on that for sure. Man, I actually was talking about Cyrus this morning. I kind of still to this day wish they never printed Cyrus. I feel like
No, I agree with you.
I feel like it's just like way too fast a card. Like essentially you used to have like the health pool of all four of your Pokemon combined, and now it's like, well, if one of your Pokemon is damaged, that's your health pool. If you can hit Cyrus. Sometimes it feels like the game is now like, can you hit Cyrus? But it is what it is.
No, I completely agree. I was talking about this a lot when Cyrus first came out. I felt like they printed it in order to try to help deal with the beefy EX Pokemon. Like, back before Cyrus, we had this thing where you would Zapdos cycle with Pikachu EX, and it was just way too much health. You would do all this damage, but they just one retreat cost away, and they were like, okay, we need a counter for these beefy EX Pokemon that are just cycling, kind of like what we're seeing now. And the counter for that was Cyrus. But the problem is, they made Cyrus work on every Pokemon, not just EX Pokemon. I wish Cyrus had a little asterisk, can only be used against an EX Pokemon. I think that would make it a great card.
I could see that for sure. I don't know. I liked the cycling. I liked like having like my two Moltresses that like got super damaged to power up my Charizard. I loved like the fun like retreat battles where it came down to like you have to knock down basically all of my Pokemon before you can knock me out. I thought that was like so much fun, and I thought it was like it was, in my opinion, very skill expressive. But I mean, even
No, it
just
was definitely.
yeah, I'm sure even just being able to do it on the EX, though, I think would have been a great change for it. And just like that, we do see a Cyrus this time for once against the Darkrai Giratina. And did we already have the? And if they don't have any heals, Greninja will be able to finish it off next.
I like how Cyrus's name kind of looks like hello in this language.
I love that too, Helio. I love it. It's so cute. Except it's like, no, go away. Not hello. Go away.
Hello, come on to the active slot so I can finish you off.
Yeah, for real. So it looks like we're gonna start setting. I mean, we were already setting up the one that's on the bench here. I wonder if we'll see a retreat. I assume okay, so they're gonna potion and force both of the Oricorio attack and the Greninja. Well, not both Oricorio attack and Greninja, but they're gonna force the Oricorio attack here. I just feel like if not for Cyrus, so many more people would be interested in Lana. I don't know if you saw Lana. It is a literal boss if you have Arachnid on your bench. That's insane.
I fought. It is. Oh, it's so good. I fought literally one of those, and it destroyed me. It was the coolest deck I've ever seen.
Hey, what are you supposed to do like against that? That's insane. Like I feel like so many people would be talking about that card if not for Cyrus. I would probably be running an Arachnid in every list if I had it, right? If not for Cyrus. Second Oricorio, though, that's going to mean because there's no damaged Pokemon on the bench, really nice Irida earlier, what are they going to do, right? Other than the fact that they have to continue to ping these Oricorios that aren't going to take damage from that 80 damage attack. So, interesting. They're actually opting to power up the Giratina versus, like, attacking and pinging a different Pokemon.
I think that's the right move. Giratina, oh goodness, I'm saying it both ways now, is a win condition with Greninja. Because combined you can do 150 damage. As long as there is no cape on their Giratina, which there's not, there's Rocky Helmet, it's already too late to put cape on it, you're guaranteed to be able to one-shot it. So there is no Pokemon that can survive right now 150 damage. So as long as Greninja can finish poking off that Darkrai, second Giratina comes online, bring it in, KO a Pokemon, that's 4 prize points, you win. The alternative is you just keep poking forever, try to attack with a Ricorio forever, but you could get timed out, you could get poked down, there are a lot of risks to that. So they're going for the strategy that they think will give them the fastest win before they run out of bird health.
Yeah, and that's a great point that you're getting at. That's a fantastic point you're getting at. So we're probably gonna see that again. We are gonna take those 2 points this turn, in my opinion. Yeah. From that Darkrai in the active, and I'm assuming we're just gonna bellow again. Oh, someone just came up with a good song idea in chat. I don't know if you've listened to Hot to Go. I'm not sure they actually meant to do this, but so Hot to Go, they're like HOTTOGO, something hot to go. ORICO Rio. That I think somebody needs to make it a song. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna change Hot to Go to Orico Rio. Anyway, I don't know that's what they meant to do, but it popped in my head.
I'd be down for that.
It'd be a funny song. It'd be a funny song for sure. Yeah, and I think honestly, we're not even gonna try to swing into this Darkrai at this point.
Yeah, the Rocky Helmet just makes it too hazardous. That would be 40 damage a turn. The birds would go down pretty quickly. Luckily, I am, aka Risen was their name?
Mm-hmm. Rizen's the opponent.
Gotcha. They don't have. I'm just looking at their Pokemon Pocket names. I am, so I'm just making sure I got the right that they're Risen. They don't have any prize points, so even if they got rid of both birds, it still wouldn't be a victory. So I feel like Thorin is in a really good spot right now, but not attacking the helmet is definitely the right call, I think.
Yeah, and by not attacking it as well, I mean, Giratina can continue to bellow, and because they chose Helmet, they can't cape, as you pointed out earlier. So Greninja and Giratina is going to could potentially finish off the game here. Oh, maybe we will have an attack this turn. I don't know. Or we're just, attaching for funsies. That's also an option. Yep, just for funsies.
It's, the Giratina is going to be the hero, getting the last hit, so you might as well give it a cape.
I don't know why you would ever think of him as a hero. I mean, he's about to be, but I'm very upset about it. I'm very upset about it. Sometimes the cheerleaders need to win too, okay? Sometimes the cheerleaders need to be the hero too.
I mean, they did do all the hard work this battle.
Yeah, they did. They did. Do you see how many pings they took? My gosh. Okay, and that's going to be concede. That's 1-1 in the set. Thorin brought it back, but can they finish it off and go to the top 32? Let's see here.
I really do like the music they play while you're waiting for the game to start.
Yeah, they have some nice music for it for sure. I definitely agree with that. But man, I actually have to turn the music off when during tournaments, so I don't get to listen to it like you. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Let's see here. If you could revision the energy generated pocket, how would you do it? I personally allow you to change the next energy that is generated. I'm okay with how it is. I'm okay with how it is. It happens. Sometimes you just don't hit your energy. Do you have an opinion on how you would change the energy generation if you could do it?
I like the idea of being able to select it, like when you end your turn.
Mm-hmm.
It'll kind of give your opponent a little bit of counterplay. It forces you to make a little bit of a prediction. I'd be cool with that. I had a conspiracy theory for a while that the game actually doesn't do it completely randomly. It, looks at what Pokemon you have on the board, but I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I would assume that it literally just, randomly generates it, because otherwise, I don't know. I think that it would randomly generate it. That's a good question. Because I just feel like it would, if you could choose, it would just be like, oh, I'm just going to throw an extra Darkrai on my list. Oh, well, now that Darkrai is not here, I'll power up my other Pokemon. Oh, Darkrai does appear. I'm just going to start pinging you. I just feel like it would be bad to be able to choose your own energy. But we are double Froakie this start. please give us an Oricorio. That 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 wasn't an Oricorio. I would not want to be Thorin with these double Froakies.
You make a good point about like the potential for Darkrai abuse. And another thing we could see is maybe you have to pick the energy like 3 turns in advance. So you see the current energy, you see the next energy, and those two you decide before the battle, which is random in a sense. And then when you end your turn, you pick the energy for your third turn at the end of your first turn. So you
Interesting.
really have to think ahead.
That could be interesting. Or what if when you loaded in, it told you your energy for all 30 turns?
Yeah, that could be kind of cool too.
That would be weird because you couldn't control it, but it'd be funny. Okay, so we have energy on both Froakies. We have yet to see an Oricorio. I think we've literally used both research. This is sad. No, we did. Did we? Did we not?
Ooh.
Did we get? Oh, we got Mars. Honestly, I would want to be Mars here. Yes, thank you for that Pokeball. That's a 50-50 Oricorio Pokeball, guys. 2 Oricorios. Knock out the Froakie, please. Knock it out. Knock it out, Ridzen. That's what I would say if I was the Oricorio player. Not.
Wow.
I'm telling you, Ridzen, please knock out the Froakie. Not actually Ridzen if you want to win, but I feel like, you know, I would be okay with it, right? Like, oh, they're gonna retreat. Okay, that works. But my thought is like, if you don't, then you can slot in your Giratina with your Pokeball. Give it to him. Say, take the point. It's okay. I'm a little bit toxic.
I
when it
was
comes to
thinking
Oricorio.
that as well, but there's this element of it's a little bit weird when you can't calculate perfectly how the game is going to go. It is often a good idea to be a little safer with prize points, just because you don't quite know what your opponent is going to be able to do during the match. So forcing them to work for every prize point is more often than not a better long-term strategy. So I agree with you. I might have just like attacked there to KO my own Froakie because that's just kind of fun, but yeah, I do respect the cautious play here.
For sure, for sure. Cautious play, probably the best play. Even making them like burn like a Cyrus, it's always good to make them use a supporter, maybe when they wouldn't want to. So I totally get that as well. Yeah, I get a little, as I said, a little toxic with my Oricorio gameplay. Big believer of, you know, being happy that his Darkrai is going down, but it looks like we're going to retreat our Oricorio back to that herd Froakie, and my assumption is it's because they don't have electric yet.
I think they're going to sacrifice it after all by the looks of it.
Yeah, it does look like it. It does look like it. And hopefully we'll have an electric soon because it looks like we've had four waters in a row.
Mm-hmm. That is one of the downsides to the current random energy thing, and I think this is the biggest problem with dual energy, that it's technically possible to get an unhelpful energy for multiple turns in a row, especially something like 4. That's just so devastating. I feel like it turns a lot of people off dual energy.
Yeah, it can be not fun at, you know, least said when you just don't get the energy you need. And I mean, it looks like it's about to be, what is it, 5 turns now without an electric. And it looks like Darkrai is not happy to knock out this Froakie either.
I mean, if you're the Darkrai player, though, you kind of have to knock it out, right? Well, what's your win condition? I wonder if they're actually going to go for stall. You know, 1 win, 1 loss, make it a tie. What happens if they tie on round 3?
It goes to sudden death. And I think
That could
Ridzen
really
may
benefit
win
the Darkrai player.
Yeah, no, it actually I think would potentially benefit them, minus like an Oricorio start, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even then, there's only so many turns an Oricorio can get pinged. Let's see.
Thinking
here.
about this, I don't think Risen has a win con this game. There's
Mhm.
no combination of cards that can create a win unless you can poke down an Oricorio. I think stalling would have been the right move, but they're gonna go for it.
I feel like because there's like no electric energy yet, stalling may have been the correct move. You know, right now, right? There's no reason for us to put any this like either water energy on the Oricorio, or doesn't need it, right? But Giratina does need a fourth energy, so it's okay. But if we waited to an electric, then we wouldn't be able to attach that energy, and we would say, you know, knock one, please.
And while Giratina's charging, you can't attack with the Oricorio. So if
Exactly.
they had waited a little bit, they could have forced, like, okay, you either attack me or you power up, but you can't do both.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking as well, right? Like, you can force the question, where right now, Thorn literally cannot attack. There's no question what he should do, right? There's no question. Power up the Giratina.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. But maybe Risen has a plan that we're just not seeing.
We have Cape. This is going to go on the Oricorio for sure.
There we go, the cheerleader's the hero.
Is it the hero right now? I guess it has a cape, but I don't know if it makes it the hero. You can put it's like you can lead a horse. I mean, it's a little bit different, but you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him a drink. You can put a cape on a Pokemon, doesn't make him a hero. That's all I'm saying. Gotta do that himself. Oh, but electric energy next turn.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a problem though. We need to find our Guzma. Okay, so I got the poison barb now. Do you put all three of your like offensive tools down at this point? That's my question. That's my question I have for you right now. I'm not even gonna make it. You know, like we know there's a Guzma in the deck. Do you put all three offensive tools down at this moment?
No hesitation. Just
No, there is no hesitation. He had Guzma in his hand the whole time. We have an electric energy finally. Bro, I was very in for Ridzen to hold, you know, the poison barb, the helmet in his hand. He obviously was. It was a good play holding them. I would have thought he would keep it up a little bit longer. Is all. That's all.
I mean, part of what you got to consider is when do you play them, right?
Yeah.
If you play them at the end of the game, they do nothing. If you keep them in your hand and get Marsed, they hurt you. Eventually, you just have to play them even if they do absolutely nothing, because you might as well. But I do think it would have been a good idea to cycle them on the active at least to prevent a Oricorio from attacking.
Yeah, I think the first turn that Oricorio can attack may not be the turn for it, because like maybe you're saying, right, oh, you must have. I don't think actually that they have Sabrina in their list, which is why I'm reacting this way. Let me double check that statement. I think they're double Cyrus and one and no Sabrina. Yeah, there's no Sabrina in Thorin's list. So I feel like it would have been okay, is all I'm saying, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To hold the others, make him attack at least once, or use Guzma if he didn't want to attack. Because then your Oricorio would be at 10 health. Like, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I think you hold the Guzma as Risen until you get a KO, because you know they have two capes. You only see one cape. You kind of want to nab two capes. If you're not going to get a KO and prevent a heal, maybe save it until the second cape comes out.
Yeah.
That way you guarantee you get like the most value from it possible.
Yeah, and as pointed, there is no Mars in Thorin's list. There's an Iono, but I feel like we either use that really. No, we did not use that early. But bigger hand, almost the better when you get Ionoed. That being
Oh,
said,
there's no Mars.
Yeah, there's no Mars in this list. That being said, I'm going to state this real quick because obviously I had a very loud reaction about that. It is much easier for us to say, watching this game, oh man, why did you put your tools down? Or why did you do XYZ? Than actually playing the game and having to do it live on the stream. Let's state that real quick. But no, Thorn is not running Mars.
100% true.
I don't know why you committed. That's okay. We have a second electric. Both the Oricorios are alive. And now Irida's got basically maximum pressure, getting 40 heals on both of the Oricorios. Ooh, Greninja's down 2 now. Oh my god. Everything's coming together. Has Thorn swayed me from Wigglytuff? That is yet to be seen, but I'm very excited watching this game.
I feel bad for Risen. What do you do?
I'm not saying that I don't want like a Darkrai Giratina to even make it into top 16, but like if a Darkrai Giratina didn't make it into top 16, I would be okay with it. That's all I'm saying. Everyone's like, this is really satisfying to watch. Please, do it again. Is there a second cape? I do want to check that real quick. On Ridzen's side, because we only got one of the capes. No, there is only one cape. He got every single tool. Literally every single tool. In my, yeah, no, yeah, exactly. No hesitation. Already did it. Path statement. Watching this is downright therapeutic. We had a long last format. Assuming this game is about to end here, there are a couple other games still playing. Are there any like you would prefer to watch if possible?
Something with Turtonator would be interesting. I'm very curious to see how that card plays.
Let's see if I can find S1 while they're finishing up here.
I feel so bad for Risen.
It is a sad moment for Risen, for sure.
It's like, it's that moment when you realize there's nothing you can do, but that moment lasts 14 turns.
So there's a Turtonator against my Wigglytuff list. Would you be okay watching that? I think I would have to cheer for the Wigglytuff though. I can tell you all the only win con for this because I have played too many of this deck. And it's you have to get a cape on the Wigglytuff to hit the Turtonator twice before it knocks you out. And then you have to have another Pokemon set up in that timeline to knock out the Turtonator. It's got to be an Oricorio so then that the Charizard can't do anything. The only way you win against this deck. But are you cool with watching that one?
Yeah, let's
Perfect.
check it out. And congrats to Thorin. The deck creation here was next level. I love the idea of using Greninja for poke, Oricorio for walling, and Giratina to get the final 1 or 2 prize points. This is a crazy deck.
I completely agree. What a fantastic job by Thorin making a deck like this. Really, really enjoyed watching it, and great job to Thorin. Also, huge shout out to Ridzen for getting to here in the top 64. I'm thinking about watching the Turtonator. So let's hop to channel 57 if you're cool with that.
All right.
Hi, Sneaky.
Hello.
Perfect. And they're just getting into game 3. They're currently 1-1 in the set. And I think it's going to be a fun game. Getting everything ready. It's Rapple versus Atsu.
Starting with
Or
Charmander.
Atsa.
I feel
Okay.
like this new version of Froakie is well aware that it has gone from this kind of random basic to one of the most meta cards in the game. It's just kind of like chilling, like, yeah, I know I'm widely played now.
Yeah, I think I mean, it's so played right now. It's kind of insane for sure. It does look like this list. It does have 2 Turtonators in it, which is a little bit of a concern, but it does run Kaiwi, so maybe we're okay. And I think I'm pronouncing that wrong, but I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah, it looks like it's like I can retire now or evolve.
I kind of want to give it my hat. I feel like it would be really cool just wearing a fedora.
It would be really cute with a hat, actually, in my opinion. I think it would be really cute with a hat. That would definitely have been an improvement.
Something like Pokemon Go did, where they like released some Pokemon with hats. I
Oh
hope
yeah,
Pokemon Pocket gives us like alternate art where like they're wearing hats.
that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Um,
Ooh, some big super effective damage on the Charmander.
yeah, that's a really nice, and we don't see any Turtonators just yet, which is a good sign for Atsua. But maybe since you're against like Turtonator with Greninja, it could be a different story as well. You have that type advantage. Let's see. Yeah, what do you do as the Charizard player here? If you could evolve, do you evolve the bench? Do you evolve the active? Do you sacrifice the active? It looks like we're holding up a rare candy, but for who? And it looks like it's going to be the active spot. I mean, Stoke is going to do something, but I'm not sure if it's what they want it to do. I feel like I would just retreat back as Atsu to the Oricorio, but
So I think the reason that they went for this play, and I kind of like it, is because they're afraid that as the game goes on, Rio will have enough energy to constantly retreat wall, right? Right now it's a little difficult because Froakie wanted to attack and they did 30 damage. This is probably, your only chance to get a free Stoke off. So get that 3 energy now. Then maybe if you can leaf to the bench later, I don't know if they're running leaf, then you can KO the Froakies later on with the fully powered up Charizard. But if they don't have a way to retreat, then I am unsure what the play is.
yeah, that's a great question. It does look like there's no Leafs in the list, but I feel like even if you leaf, you're gonna have some issues with energy later. But maybe that's just my concern. And it looks like we are gonna Stoke again. We hand attach that Charmeleon. Oricorio is going to start swinging for 50 here, and honestly, there's nothing you can do with that.
But you can't Stoke into a... Oh, right. Sorry,
You can
different
Stoke.
Pokemon.
You can Stoke. You can.
Yes.
Can't Steam Artillery. Effects are allowed.
I was thinking Banette for a second there.
Ah, true. Dude, Banette's very interesting. Banette is very interesting with that, where can't even use the abilities. I think it would be a really cool card. It would be even more cool if it was an ability and not an effect. Isn't it? No? Ability or an effect? I don't know.
It's an effect. I think it's from the attack.
Okay, so then okay, we'll see. And then if it can't attack, who cares? The thing that I realized though, that once I went up against a Banette, is the problem is you can't even hand attach to retreat.
Oh, wow. That's scary.
Yeah, so you basically have to let it KO you. Or what are you gonna? That's what I noticed. That I was like, wait. I'll set up my guy. I was like, oh, I'll just set up my guy on the bench, and I was like, wait, how do I set up to retreat? I need a leaf for next speed.
Speaking of retreating, though, they stoked twice. That seems to be their plan, to get extra energy to retreat and then come back in later.
It does seem like we finally have Turtonator, and Kaiwi is going to come down, which does mean, right, that Turtonator is going to be set up and ready to go. It one-shots Oricorio, it one-shots Froakies, and it one-shots Jigglypuffs. So Greninja is here. That does mean something, but there's only electric energies for the next 2 turns.
Are they running a dual energy deck?
I mean, that's a great question. Are they? We've only seen electric thus far.
Because if they're only running electric, then this is actually great for the Turtonator player, since there's no real way for the Greninja to attack Turtonator.
Yeah, we need a Wigglytuff, essentially. Like, there is definitely a need for Wigglytuff here. I was talking to you about it earlier with the, but I guess one line would be, is that we can essentially poke down the Charizard. But, like, I'm not sure it's enough, right? Because Oricorio's down. And you need 2 turns to set up Wigglytuff. That's another Oricorio. I guess we can attack the Oricorio, but then how do you set up Wigglytuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 9 damage into Oricorio. I guess you could stall behind a Greninja. Is one answer.
Well, that's what the Charizard is for. If you try to do that, the Charizard will come in. Though I guess Turtonator can't really retreat either. It seems like the main weakness of this deck is just its retreat costs.
Yeah, for sure. The energy attached maybe to Jigglypuff. Evolve next turn to Wigglytuff. But we need Cape.
You know this deck really well.
Too
You're
well.
Like, so snapped
Too
with
well.
the analytics.
I have played too much Wigglytuff or Oricorio. When a deck only functions against EX Pokemon, but you have to be non-EX Pokemon, you have to figure out how to beat them, and Wigglytuff with a cape is one of the only ways. I've played it too much. Similarly, Lycanroc still one-shots a Wigglytuff with a cape. Give me the leaf cape, please. Please. That's all I'm asking for.
Does Lycanroc? How much health does it have?
It has 100.
And Wigglytuff with a cape has
120. So it gets knocked out.
But it doesn't one-shot a Wigglytuff without a cape.
But the thing is, Wigglytuff can't one-shot Lycanroc. It can only do 50 damage.
Oh, I see the problem.
Yeah, so it's always going to basically one-shot you. You can, like, put damage on Lycanroc, and then it knock out your Pokemon, and then you knock it out with the next Pokemon. But if they have any heals, you already sacrificed 2 Pokemon to it. It's not a good idea. It's literally just a concede button. It's just a concede button. Unless you can Mars them right after they rock off. And hope they don't hit the Lycanroc. Anyway, it's fine. We're gonna get to Masters, guys. We're gonna get to Masters. Okay, we got the Wigglytuff. We don't need Cape just yet, to be honest. But we do need the Wigglytuff.
If they don't get it, they could go for a Sing Stall here. Maybe try to put Turtonator
That's
to sleep.
true. They could. They could try to put it to sleep. It's a 50-50. We're singing. Oh my lord. That's the song. It worked. It worked. He's asleep. He's asleep. Let's see. Yeah, he even, dude, Jigglypuff even put our cocaster to sleep. What is this? And the Bulbasaur, actually. At least Gengar can't fall asleep. Gengar will co-cast with us today. Don't worry. Gengar can co-cast. Oh, he does run water energies. Water energy disappeared. Save Life will also co-cast with us. Bro, how many turns has this been that not a single water energy appeared? That's what happened. The Greninja got put to sleep.
That is pretty wild.
Yeah, I don't even know how many turns that was. That's insane. Okay. We're still asleep. Will the sleep stall do it? Do not retreat to your Oricorio, no matter what you want to do here, Apple M. Well, maybe you're going to retreat to a Greninja. That'd be fine, I guess. Don't retreat to the Oricorio. They're tricking you if you do. They're just playing possum. They're playing possum here. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't trust in the sleep stall. I will not run sleep in my deck. I don't trust in it. I won't. I never will. I will not have one pulled on me.
It's a very desperation play. It's kind of like den 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 from the electric deck, back in the Pikachu Zapdos era, where you wouldn't actually use den den like to try to make a normal play, but if you were losing, then you'd bring it out and see if you could get enough paralysis to like turn the game in your favor. Sleep Jigglypuff is kind of the same way. If you're losing and you don't have any other option, send it out there, flip some coins, hope you get the right result.
I'm checking what Pokemon this is. I know the Pokemon you're talking about, but now I have no clue its name. Because you said dan 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 dan, and in my head went to the dan dan like song, and now I have no clue the actual Pokemon's name. So give me a second here. We're going to not Genetic Apex. What is it? Oh my god. Mystical Island. This ad is not sponsored by Pokemon Zone, but we're going to Pokemon Zone to find Mystical Island.
Oh, it stays asleep! It stays asleep! Wigglytuff could actually sweep it while it's
Let's
asleep.
go,
Amazing
Wigglytuff!
sleep plays.
We love Wigglytuff. Look at him. Look at her. She's a cutie. She's adorable. How dare you guys call her creepy? How dare you call her creepy? She's adorable. Dedenne. Where did you get the A? Where did you get the A? Are you from Canada?
I just always call it den 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 because of that song. And
oh, it is for the song though. Okay, it is for the song. I wasn't fully sure. Oh my god. Hashtag not rigged. We did not rig this matchup, guys. Just because Ursi loves Oricorio Wigglytuff doesn't mean she can rig the games, guys. Pokemon Uncle, go away. You are not supposed to be seen on stream. Dude, everyone's like chats. Everyone's like, it's a Dene. I'm like, I don't know what it is. We're going to Pokemon Zone. Sorry, guys. There's a delay. Let's see here. We're having an Iono. Not sure it's going to do much here, but they don't really care. Honestly, they don't care. My favorite name for Dedenne was, oh god. The Genie.
The Genie?
The Genie. Because it's a genie that you rub and see if you'll win or not. You know, because you rub the Genie bottle. It's the Genie. It's the Genie to me.
I getcha. Oh wow, are we gonna see a concede here?
From the Turtonator list
too
itself?
powerful.
I love Oricorio. I mean Wigglytuff. I mean Greninja. Ursi, update the points. They only have 1 point. My bad, though. Thank you. Gentle slap. They could take a second point here. And tube note, there is no second Oricorio now, which could be a problem. Is there?
It is actually impossible for the Charizard player to win unless they can heal Charizard by more than 30 health.
I can't. I didn't see how low the Charizard was. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't see how low it was. I was like, bro, they knock out the Wigglytuff, the Oricorio swings for 50, and then they Sabrina around it and knock it out. No.
You've played so many games of this.
You gotta protect the Oricorio. You have to protect the Oricorio. Okay, Sneaky? You can't let one die. Or the Sabrina appears.
I'm never playing this deck unless I watch your video first and learn every single thing. You are like the professor of this deck.
I don't let the Oricorio die. But honestly, I don't know if I explained it. I kind of tried to do a meme edit, but it's okay. It looks like everyone is done with the top 64. So we're going to be ready for our top 32 next. Give me 1 second. I do want to bring up just the meta spread here real quick so everyone can give it a little peek. There we go. I found how to do it. Sometimes I forget how to bring stuff up. Stage of this. That's okay. F11. And now chat can see our top 32 with their decks. How many Darkrai Giratina survived? I'm seeing 2, I'm seeing 3, I'm seeing 4. I'm seeing a lot of mirror matches. So sadly, my wish will not be reached, and it will be in top 16, but maybe it won't continue past top 16. You never know. You never know. That's all I'm saying.
I do have a question for you, actually, based on that last game.
Okay, give me it.
So I know you were very, very in favor of the 20 damage Jigglypuff, but
Yeah.
has this game convinced you that maybe there's some hope for Sing Jigglypuff?
Nah, I think sometimes you accept auto losses. I feel like sometimes I only win by using the 20 plus the 50. Okay, do you have preference at all, by the way, on our top 32 what we watch?
I feel like I got to pick the last couple. I'm curious which ones you're interested in now.
I think Pepin MX is running a Carnivine list with Crobat. I'm a big Crobat fan, by the way. A little bit more of a fan of the Crobat with Darkrai because Ursi's PhD is actually an Oricorio. I mean, like...
Sorry, that really cracked me up because I thought you were going to seriously talk about your cybersecurity degree for a second there, and then you said Korea.
I mean, like, don't make me blush. Oh my god. Don't make me blush. That's so kind of you. What if we watch Pepin? Let me watch Pepin. Anyway, so when when the RCs came out, my first list that I thought would be good was Crobat, Darkrai, and Arceus. And I put out a list with it. I put out a list. Like, day one the video came out, and I was like, this is the list I'm going to play when the game drops. It was doggy poo-poo. That being said, Lima, obviously she's a queen because she's brought the deck back. If you know who she is. Ilima? I don't know how to pronounce her.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to find the deck. Wait, are you talking about a player name or a card name?
No, the card name. Ilima. She picks up a basic damaged normal type Pokemon.
That card, right?
Yes.
I have no idea how to pronounce anything. I am the worst person to ask.
Ilimia.
Ilma?
Ilma?
I'm
don't have
almost
her
certainly
up.
wrong.
Let's go to Channel 5, though, because that's where I think we may see Ilima. What channel did I say it was? It took me a second, but I found myself here. Oh. I watched her undergraduation. It's definitely an Oricorio. I mean, probably not false. Okay, but now people are playing it, Young Wong, and it's literally in the top. Whatever, so don't say that. Anyway, what do you think about this matchup? It's gonna be that Arceus, Carnivine, Arceus, Carnivine, Crobat versus Greninja, Giratina, Darkrai.
Whoa. Oh, wow. Okay, so Arceus, Crobat, Carnivine, that's kind of like the classic Arceus deck, or one of several classic Arceus decks. There's the Rotom variant too, but this is kind of the more aggressive variant. I'm not sure. They both kind of have a very similar plan and a very similar setup. I think it'll just come down to who can evolve their Pokety Pokemon first, while also having a big attacker on the field.
Yeah, I do think they have a similar game plan. They both have poke. There's obviously a bit more of flexibility to where Greninja hits, but at the same time, it's not hitting for as much. So let's find out. Let's find out. Also, obviously, Carnivine has type effectiveness against Darkrai as well. So we'll have to see how it plays out. I have been told.
Actually,
you go.
I'm always awkward at doors. I'm like, no, you go.
No, you go. You go.
Carnivine can actually two-shot Darkrai since it is not wearing a cape. So that is a powerful thing to have.
Yeah, completely true. The Zubat, though, already at 10 health. Ouch. But I kind of wonder if we want a cape for this Carnivine, because otherwise you could ping this Zubat and then still not, like if we Cyrus it up and then still knock out Carnivine. So I'm a little bit concerned there. So we'll have to see how it plays. I have been alerted that Lima is a boy. He's a king. He's a king of Arceus. Yeah. So we're retreating back to the Carnivine. I'm hoping we see a cape. We'll see if we see the cape.
It was actually really unfortunate what happened. They were desperately trying to get to the Rare Candy plus Crobat for the free retreat, but they had to sacrifice the energy because even after using the Iono reset, they still couldn't get it.
That's so sad. Great point there, though. Yeah, no Rare Candy to be seen just yet.
Meanwhile, Darkrai's timing is really good. It's going to be able to remove the Carnivine before it can do more damage. Crobat can still finish off the Darkrai, but it kind of needs to come online very soon. If Giratina can activate before this whole kind of side quest with the Carnivines and the Bats finishes, it could just be GG for the Darkrai player.
Yeah, completely agreed. Obviously, I think there's going to be a knockout onto this Carnivine here. Still really sad about the Crobat, because we've had a Crobat, we could still cycle back to a different Carnivine. Hopefully they'll be able to find it. 1 point per play.
I think one of the biggest reasons that some people are hesitant to play this deck is just because of Crobat. If Crobat bricks, you're in a very awkward situation where you lose a lot of your power. You lose the extra damage, the extra poke, the blitzy 1 energy attacks from the dark energy, right? You could still sort of do it with Carnivine, but it's just not quite the same. And I feel like, oh, actually, this deck doesn't attack. Is it running dark energy?
I heard Pepin is dual energy. That being said, we are Marsing to try to stop a Cyrus here, because a Cyrus would be game over. Oh, but that might be game over as well.
Yep. Instant concede.
Instant concede. Okay. And so let's get into game 2, because that was a tragedy.
That was. Oh my goodness. You're just unable to find the bat, and that's kind of all it is. If you don't have a bat to protect you from nightmares, the nightmares eat your deck.
Yeah, that's what people normally say about bats, right? Right? I think normally we relate bats back to decks. No. Sounds like what my grandma used to tell me when I was a child. Okay, we're gonna be waiting for them to get into game 2 now. So let's see how that goes. But I mean, obviously, my ask for Pep in this game: start the Carnivine. Obviously, he didn't have that option last game. But, like, I'm saying it to Pokemon, not Pepin. I'm saying it to Pokemon.
Oh, and Pokemon listened. Their starting the Carnivine, another Carnivine, and they have Arceus. It seems like the game is trying to make it up to them for not being able to find Crobat last time. Unfortunately, though, they're staring at Giratina instead of Darkrai, so this will be a 3 to 4 shot KO. Still a very powerful start.
You know, on Pokemon Uncle, I did not ask for it to be this noticeable. Not ask for it to be this noticeable. But yeah, Pokemon did listen, and just like that, we're gonna have some issues. That being said, though, Carnivine next turn can put 50 into that Giratina. Giratina's gonna need to pass upwards of 3 turns to be able to attack. And it looks like there's no second Pokemon in Blaze's hand. Otherwise, we'd be seeing that dark energy going to Darkrai.
The lack of Darkrai is really surprising. I think we all know the rumors that somehow Giratina Darkrai decks always start with at least 2 cards, exactly the 2 they need. And those rumors are usually true, but in this particular case, they're slightly bricked. This is fantastic for the Carnivine player. And they get Crobat online. Amazing! Uncle Pokemon, I think, listened way too hard, Ursi.
Yeah, it seems like it. 1 second here.
Alright, Professor Oak hopefully trying to draw that Darkrai, get back into this game. There's a Pokeball. What's it gonna be? And it's a
Yeah.
cute little frog.
Okay, it's a Froakie. It's a Froakie. Okay.
With Darkrai being this heavily delayed, I don't think there's much of a timed attack for Blaze here. Pepin is just popping off. They're gonna get Arceus in 3 turns. Maybe 4 if they want to go for a second Carnivine power-up. It's looking really good for Pepin, I gotta say. Blaze is gonna have to pull off some crazy shenanigans to get back in this game.
Yeah, we have some issues happening right now. Ugh. I know it is going to come down, so I think here they're really trying to delay a Greninja. Obviously Mars would be the more optimal, hit for it. But I do think that, like, if something's missed multiple turns, well, there's a higher chance that those other cards weren't the ones that were missed.
Mm-hmm.
So Helmet is going on to Darkrai. As you said, though, they can 2-shot the Darkrai as well, so it could be a problem if they want to promote that to the active.
Yeah, Helmet is a little bit weird in this matchup because there just isn't that many things that you care if they take an extra 20 damage. Crobat you kind of care because Crobat plus Greninja Poke plus Darkrai takes it out, I guess, and if you don't have the Greninja, then Darkrai Poke plus Darkrai Attack plus Rocky Helmet takes it out.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the Arceus, it's not alone gonna make a difference. In terms of the Carnivine, it doesn't really matter. I think a cape on Darkrai would have been a lot more helpful.
Yeah, I think a cape would be as well. That being said, I guess Crobat kind of does almost negate that. So maybe I don't have any heals though, because I would love to see because if we attack into this Giratina, I guess what I'm trying to say, right? Then it's gonna put us in range of a ping, and then Darkrai can knock out the other Carnivines. But I guess we could put things up like the Crobat to protect instead.
That's a good point, though. Actually, you're right. The point of the Rocky Helmet might just be to get Carnivine into ping range to go for double KO. That could be worth it. Absolutely. I'll take back everything I just said 1 minute ago.
I didn't mean it like that. I did not mean it like that, though. For the record.
Oh no, I know you didn't. I did though. I fully admit that I'm wrong.
Sometimes we all are. Honestly. Especially though, if you're lazy for 2 seconds, with your brain, right? They ping the Carnivine, oh, they hit. Put them on the Carnivine, then your Carnivine's gone. And also you always like take the moment to breathe. Finish your turn.
Yeah.
You can stop thinking. No, you have to wait an extra second. So it could happen that we could see the Carnivine put up here, but I think we need to put up Crobat. Yep, and there's Crobat.
So with the Leaf Energy coming in next, Crobat will not be able to attack. It could poke, but...
Okay. I mean, yeah, it looks like they're trying to decide what to do. I mean, they can put the damage here. What does that really mean, though, when, you know, one is not enough.
Ooh. And a little Mars there. That
Yeah.
could be both to make them have less cards and also just to play down your own hand in case you're worried about some kind of Mars situation, though I think they played one already.
We're gonna do 50 damage.
Pepin's got 2 points.
Yeah, Pepin's
This
up
is
to 2
looking really
points.
rough.
What are you supposed to do here, though, right? Giratina can't attack. I mean, even if Froakie could attack and do something, that's the last point you need. And I mean, Arceus is basically set up here.
I think this could be game, but I have big respect for Blaze for playing it out and just trying to see if there's any way to come back from this.
For sure. I always love seeing the arguments. For some reason, people like, I remember people used to have this like argument in my Discord about, is it disrespectful to surrender or is it disrespectful to not surrender? And it was like, went on for days and I'm being like, guys, I bet I have to ban the word surrender. Like, please, like, they both can be disrespectful. Context. Then I get in the argument, you know, like it's a contextual situation. But we're gonna ping, and I assume we're gonna retreat and knock. It's gonna be game, and Pepin's gonna take game 2.
Well played to Pepin. And on the topic of surrendering, we used to have this a lot. Like I remember back when my when I was playing Wargroove, when that was my main game, people always used to ask me, is better to surrender or play it out? And I would always say, it's up to you. There is no wrong answer. If you believe you can win, it is absolutely reasonable to continue to try to win up to the last second and force them to knock you out. On the other hand, if you want to surrender, that's fine too. If you're done playing, this is a game, you should have fun, go ahead, surrender. I think the only time it's, you know, it's kind of bad manners would be if you're doing something very unusual, like, you know, the game is kind of over, but you're kind of, you know, stalling out your clock, you know, just something like that. That would be considered bad manners. But as long as you're trying to win, I think it's entirely up to you whether you want to surrender or not.
But sometimes I want to knock your Pokemon out, even if you know you're done. You know, I want to get the last hit. I want the 3 points. I need the dopamine. So that's all I'm saying. You know, there's always argument for either side. That being said, slow play is never okay. Unless you're really tilted. And you know what? We all get a pass sometimes. I'll get a pass sometimes. Don't use that excuse with judges, though. If they call you, someone calls you a slow play, don't say I was really tilted. Ursi said I got a pass, because that will not work. That won't work. I'm telling you right now, it will not work. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Yeah. I'm gonna let them set up.
You know,
so. Yeah, it is a game, exactly. I said, no, don't worry, I'll walk through the door that time. Okay, I mean, Carnivine start is really nice for Pepin, but Blaze does not want to be starting with the Darkrai in the active here. Unless Arceus is not to be found, and it may not be. It literally may not be.
Big damage. Even though there's no Arceus on the field, that still does 40 damage thanks to the super effective hit, doubling the otherwise 20 damage attack.
True. I mean, and also, if we can't see Crobat this turn, right? But once we do, that's still going to be the effective damage of an Arceus Carnivine. But yeah.
Well, Greninja was just rare candied onto the field. That's going to be tons of poke.
Let's see. Wait, no, they didn't. Okay, never mind. Somebody got me for a second. Here. Yeah, I mean, we'll see the poke that comes down, and helmet's not good for us. Okay, we have cape, so we can attack one more time. Do we have? No, we do not have Crobat still.
And not attacking is a clever move there. Cape plus Darkrai Poke plus Greninja would have KO'd the Carnivine, but by not attacking, they can stall out one more turn.
Interesting. Have to see. I mean, that's a great point, though. Like, maybe when you're not doing that maximum damage, right? You do stall it out one more turn. That's okay. Greninja says no. It's not going to work that way. Dude, Garchomp, EX and Pardos made it into top 16.
Wow, we gotta watch them next. I'm really curious how they're doing that.
Yeah, they went against a Giratina EX, Darkrai EX.
That's impressive.
Yeah,
I did not think that deck could beat Giratina. Oh, and unfortunately, we see the surrender from Pepin. They just got bricked.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I just read something. Yeah, very sad breaking and not hitting the cards you need there. It happens sometimes. You don't hit the Arceus and Carnivine doesn't work. It's just too bad they didn't also, in my opinion, get the Crobat at least.
Mm-hmm. Well, they did get the Crobat at the end. At the very end, they rare candied, evolved, and then we're like, okay, I got my bat, but I know I can't win, and then they hit concede.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Do you have any preference on what we watch next? Since I picked this one.
Well, I feel like I picked two, so you've still got one more pick point. Not that we're keeping score, but honestly, I just don't have anything in mind right now.
Okay. Oh no, I think Atsu loses their game. But let's see. Oh, yep, they did lose it. They went against a Snorlax Giratina, which you have no chance against. That's my lose. Maybe the Greninja is different though. I'm trying to see if there's any fun ones, and if you don't have any preference. You want to watch a Greninja Giratina Shaman list?
That could be interesting. Sure.
Okay, that's gonna be Nomu. Nomu. Sorry. So what if we hop to channel? They're against Darkrai Giratina. Let's jump to channel 16.
All right.
Let's do this. I'm gonna hop into it. Can you explain to chat what's happening in the game though?
Sure. All right. So right now we have a Ricario that is walling a massive Giratina Darkrai setup. It's that classic, I want to try to use my Lightning Bird to stop all of your beefy, broken meta EX Pokemon from doing any damage at all, and I'm doing it all with a bird. And meanwhile, Nomu is trying to poke down the bird with the power of Nightmares. They've got a full double Darkrai, double Giratina setup, but there's just not much they can do. Wait a minute. Sorry, that's not Nomu. That's Tsukinoishi. On Nomu's side, the player we're watching, they haven't been able to evolve their Greninja yet. Oh no, and Cyrus just brought the Froakie onto the field. It's going to get taken out by Giratina, and that's going to make it very, very difficult for Nomu to continue to poke them down. Their Oricorio is low on health despite the cape, and of course there's always the threat of Guzma there. And so it's looking a little bit tough for Nomu. They really need to pick up a prize point somewhere. Otherwise, they're going to have trouble taking this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw Sabrina come down. Luckily, there is only one Sabrina on Pippi's list, so we shouldn't have like a worry about a second one coming in to bring up this Giratina. But having a second Oricorio would be really helpful here for Nomu Nomu versus this all EX deck.
Gotcha. That was a Cyrus, by the way. The card.
Oh,
that
that was a
makes sense.
Cyrus. I'm so dumb. Sorry about that. Okay, so then we do still have a Sabrina. That's a concern. Then that's a huge concern. We are looking at potentially attacking. I mean, the problem's gonna be though is that'll put us, at 10 health. After the ping next turn.
I believe you are still correct, though. I think we saw Sabrina in the discard pile, so they played one before we joined the match. So you are still correct that
Okay.
there's no Sabrina threat.
Okay, perfect. You're the best. Let's see here. Hopefully that we can find a second Oricorio. I think that would definitely be the best case scenario here. Or a second Froakie. Are we gonna attack? Are we not? I'm unsure. We did attack.
Ooh.
So we're gonna be going to 30, then 10 health from a Darkrai ping. Sad on the
That's a little
Froakie getting
bit-
knocked because of the candy that we saw draw.
What we really need to worry about here is a Mars coming out. That would be devastating. The entire point of this attack is that Nomu Nomu has realized they need to KO a Pokemon. And they've decided that Giratina is that Pokemon. They want to knock it out. Oh, but there's the Mars. That's a problem because Irida, the healing card that would have saved Oricorio's life, has just been shuffled away. Unless they can draw it back, Oricorio will go down and that will be game for Nomu Nomu. It all comes down to whether or not they can reclaim that Marsed away Irida.
Yeah, that's a great point. I wonder though, do you retreat back and knock with the Giratina here?
Honestly, that might have been the right call. I'm surprised they didn't do that. That could give Nomu Nomu another way to stay in the fight.
Because right now you could retreat back, knock the Giratina. No, actually, because then it puts you down to 110, and then
Yeah,
that's
you're
range
right.
of knockout from Darkrai. So never mind. We need a Guzma to be able to do that play.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unfortunately, they're gonna surrender. There's. Oh, nope, they didn't surrender.
we did
All
surrender.
right, there it is.
And I'm gonna check what game that is real quick for. That is game 2. We're gonna be going into game 3.
Yeah, that was a very good time to play Mars. They realized that their win condition was on the table. Oricorio was at low health. They wanted to just make sure to knock off if they had that healing card in hand, which was pretty telegraphed by the fact that Oricorio willingly attacked into the Rocky Helmet. So I think playing Mars there was absolutely the right call by their opponent.
Yeah, great play by them. Great play by them as well. And we saw water energy coming up, which was opening up that type of attack. So, let's see here. Okay, and we're getting into game 3. Froakie in the active for Nomu Nomu. Giratina in play for Peppy. Speaking. A second Giratina as well.
Who's Peppy?
Peppy King? That's their name on Limitless, the opponent. Speaking.
Oh, gotcha.
I can't read I could not read their name in game, so I'm calling them Peppy King. You can call them however it's.
If my hiragana is still somewhere up to par, I believe it's Tsuki no Ishi, but I have no idea what tone or what word that means or what words that is. My Japanese is only good enough to barely pronounce it at a 3rd grade reading level.
I mean, I can't even do that, so it's much better than mine. Yeah, Nomu took game 1. That was game 2. We're going into game 3. So let's see here. We do hit our
Oh, we got the
Oricorio.
bird.
We got the burb. Do you retreat to the burb when there's no Darkrai on the board? But is there even a reason for them to have put Darkrai on the board? I don't know.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Let's see here.
Better safe than sorry. They're going with the hero of Oricorio there. Oh right, sorry. You said they're only a hero if they earn it. So I guess if they knock out one of those ghost centipedes, then they become the hero. Is that the criteria?
I don't actually know what the criteria is. I haven't thought that far ahead, but you gotta do something to be a hero. The cape, anyone can put a cape on. Not anyone can beat Darkrai Giratina.
So if you beat Darkrai Giratina, you're a hero.
In this situation, maybe. Here. Okay.
The mighty centipedes are powering up, but without Darkrai, they have no way to damage Oricorio. So it is really pulling its weight right now and single-handedly walling off the entire enemy team.
Yeah, fantastic job right now by this Oricorio. That's how it said, but I went with it. I'm here. We're here together, you know? I would really like to see a second Oricorio, though. They said you were pronouncing it correctly, by the way. So good job. Good job.
Wait, was I correct? I have no idea. Honestly, my pronunciation for this bird comes from... I don't know if you've seen it. There's a video of the song Despacito, but it's sung with entirely the names of Pokemon.
No, I was meaning the person's name, though. The Pippi King's actual name.
Oh, Tsukinoishi. Okay.
Yes, you were correct in that. But I have not. I'll have to watch that afterwards. It sounds hilarious.
That's so good.
Obviously we can't attack this turn, so there's literally zero question about that. But I'm gonna check his list on the tools. There are 2 Rocky Helmets, a Giant Cape, and a Poison Barb in the list.
Yeah, I think most of their decision was where to put the water energy. Putting it on the Giratina is an interesting choice because if you put it on Oricorio, you could give it more retreat power. You put it on the Greninja, retreat power, potential attack power. To put it on Giratina, though, that means that you want to be able to attack with it very soon without using another energy. So it's kind of telegraphing a little bit that their plan and priority is to get an early attack with Giratina. They might even be planning to start swinging with Giratina as early as next turn, if possible.
Yeah, that's a great point. We'll have to see if they decide to do it. And it does look like we're going to hit that second Oricorio now. This is where you use Canceling Clone. No, get out of here, physical card game player. But I'm glad we don't have Canceling Clone yet.
What is that?
Canceling Cologne turns the active spots Pokemon ability off for the turn.
What?
Yeah. So, like, as an example, there's a card called Manaphy that protects your bench from being hit by damage. Like an effect.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Greninja hits 90 damage to 2 Pokemon if it can attack.
Yeah. What?
Yes.
90?
90 damage to 2 Pokemon. And so what you have to do is you have to boss up Manaphy, use Canceling Cologne, and then hit 2 Pokemon that are not Manaphy with his attack. He's broken. And he also is a draw 2 card, by the way. He's also a draw 2 card, which is a whole different story. Literally, Radiant Greninja was the most broken card in the physical card game. I'm really glad it just got rotated out.
What? It lets you draw 2 cards in addition to all of that?
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much. Welcome in, Mongo. Thank you so much for the raid, guys. Hope you guys you're going to see this in 2 minutes, but thank you so much for the raid, guys. We're having a fantastic day, and welcome in. opinion. Yeah, no, Greninja's broken. That being said, though, we have fully set up Giratina on Nomu Nomu's side, and Pippi King is looking to be set up and ready. 2 tools have been put in play that are offensive. You probably wouldn't want to put a third yet onto that Darkrai, though, in my opinion.
I think that was a very good move retreating that Giratina. They correctly predicted what Nomu Nomu was going for and put a stop to it. It had Giratina been allowed, had Nomu Nomu's Giratina been allowed to attack the set up Giratina on the other side, it would have been, I believe, automatically Nomu Nomu's win from that point forward. But now they can threaten to counter KO the Giratina if it goes in, giving the Darkrai player a huge advantage. So Nomu Nomu can no longer just freely attack in. I don't even think it's possible, a safe move anymore.
Yeah, definitely not a safe move. Luckily, we do have Guzma come down. That is going to clear off some of these tools. I mean, I guess one thing to always we have to keep in mind is there is a Cyrus in Nomu Nomu's list. So with that Greninja, you could Greninja something up and Cyrus it and swing with Giratina. But we do have to take at least 1 point first for that to finish the game. Let's see here. So we are just gonna keep setting up that Darkrai. Nothing really to do on Pippi King's side at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, they, there's nothing they can do. I don't know what to say. It's kind of like you are walled by Oricorio. Are you still walled? Yes. Are you still walled? I think so. Are you still walled? I'm not sure. Wait, let me check. Yes, you are
Yeah.
still in fact walled.
You are still, in fact, walled. At least if we had Greninja in Pippi's list, right? They could ping something and Cyrus it, but that's not the case for now. Let's see here. We set up a second Oricorio. That second helmet also did come down. But yeah.
I think the big innovation here, the double innovation, is adding the Giratina and the Greninja to the Oricorio line. Before, when it was just an electric deck, there were too many low health Pokemon you could KO, there were too many things you could do. The Tapu Koko deck had an interesting strategy where Tapu Koko would come in and then Volt Switch to the Oricorio, but it took so long to set up that Darkrai could poke you down by then. But this is so clever because you have this massive, I can one-shot anything Giratina. You've got Poke from the Greninja, and you have Electric Energies the Eureka Rios can still attack. This is a very good combination of cards that lets you be both aggressive and invincible defensively.
Yeah, it seems really nice, and it seems to be working for Nomu Nomu, potentially even for our other Giratina player. I'm gonna check it real quick to see how they're doing. But it looks like Thorin, which was our other one. Did I just see their name or not? Oh my god, where'd it go? Yeah, Thorin made it into top 16 as well, so we'll have to see what Nomu Nomu does here.
I think you were talking about this earlier, trying to see if no Darkrai Giratinas make it into the top 16. But these decks are very, very good at defeating Darkrai Giratina specifically.
Yeah, very
but
true.
I don't know how well they do against other decks.
We're okay against Solgale. We're good against Stokesard.
That's true.
We don't have any pure Zard in top 16, so that doesn't really matter. But yeah, no, it's a great point to point out as well, right? Like, how do they actually do? And we'll have to see because, I mean, these decks are very different even without a lot of those heals. I mean,
Things
so
like Rock. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
Gosh darn it.
I did it last time. You go ahead.
All right, fair enough. So I think that Rock Rough Rush, like with Rampardos, would be very good against this because since you have a Giratina, you take a little time to set up. Since you don't have a Darkrai, you don't have as many big attackers, and I think even without, even with having less health than the Lycanthrope, it's still super effective against Oricorio. So it will still KO while doing the 50 damage because it turns into 70 damage unless you have Cape. So I think the Rock Rough Rush Rampardos, lots of R's, try saying that 5 times fast, decks, would be very good against this if we were like just dumped into ranked. But in a tournament setting where you're up against the most consistent decks and you're going to be fighting lots of Dark Red Giratinas, I think this is going to be great. And I kind of want to steal this deck and start running it in Masters right now.
You'll have to after stream. No during stream. I can't play my deck on stream. You can't either. That being said, though, yeah, no, I think that's a great point. It's definitely, especially the Orcores I've been running, terrible against like the Lycan Rock Turbo. So we'll have to see how this one plays versus it. But as you said, when you then go to tournaments where the other thing is, right, in tournaments, you know what your opponent has and you can play around what your opponent has. In ranked, it's like, okay, what of the 50 strong supporters did you choose to play today? And now I have to kind of play against all of them because even if you don't have them, the psychological warfare is still there. But it looks like we're going to be attaching to Oricorio for that electric energy, pinging for knockout the Giratina in the active. And I think that means we're retreating back to knock with our Giratina. Otherwise, I don't know why we did this. No, we're not. We're not.
I'm also confused. They might have just kind of forgot what they were doing for a sec there.
I
don't
think
know.
we're playing around Mars. Potentially?
Does Mars affect an instant win?
If you knock out one Pokemon, then they can Mars you to one card.
That's true, but
And
it's a
not
guaranteed
instant till next.
3-turn win.
But I think maybe true. Maybe true. I'm just guessing. Maybe they're like wanting to take all 4 points in a single turn. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
Well, they can now, so it'll be cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool here. Let's retreat back and swing.
Oh, I get it. It's for the style points.
I was gonna say it was a huge part of Sun and Moon, but I don't actually know if they did the like beauty contest Sun and Moon. But that's gonna be a 2-1 for Nomu Nomu, and Nomu Nomu is going to the top 16. We officially have our top 16 bracket. It's gonna be very exciting.
Goodness, I'm terrified of these new Oricorio plus Gren plus Giratina decks. They seem to be very scary against the old meta.
It does seem to be that way for sure. Looks like we have two Charizard Incineroars left in the what's it called? We have 2 Giratina Greninja Oricorios. We have 1 Darkrai Greninja Oricorio. We have 1 Arceus Darkrai EX. We have a Magnezone Oricorio, 2 Giratina Snorlaxes, a Garchomp Rampardos, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Darkrai Giratinas left in the front.
I will say this, the 2 Giratina Snorlaxes are not the same deck.
Ah.
One of them is the classic, I'm running 2 Barrys. No Ilma, surprisingly enough.
Interesting.
Actually, I kind of get that, because I ran this deck a little bit, and Ilma's kind of a hit or miss. But 2 Giratinas, 2 Snorlax, 2 Greninja, 2 Froakie. So it's kind of like classic minus Ilma, and 2 Barry with the Snorlax. But the other one is running a little bit of a smorgasbord here. They've got a Tapu Lele, only 1 Giratina. They are running an Ilma.
Interesting. Would you like to watch that one? Or next one?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I want to see Tapu Lele. I've been dying to see that card, but I haven't been able to come up with a deck that I'm convinced is good with it yet. I want to see this so badly.
Well, we'll have to watch that one then. I'm going to let everyone know that they can start up top 16. What player is running the Tapu Lele so that I can find the game?
I just clicked out of it. Give me 1 second. Gosh darn it. Ah, here we go. Okay, I found it again. Bry Cupono.
Bry Cupono. Oh, here we go. So it is going to be the Darkrai Giratina versus it. And Bry Cupono is in channel 25, so we can hop there. Okay. Let's see if we can get it up. Oh, I'm so hungry. Oh, we're loading and loading and loading. Is it loading for you?
I am staring at a picture of Discord on someone's phone.
Okay, so it's working for you then, I guess. Oh, yep, it loaded. We're good. Give them 1 second to get in their match, and then we'll get that game up.
So, Ursi, of the EX cards we haven't seen as much of today, like the Decidueyes, the Crabomitables. Crabominable? Is Crab? I think it's Crabominable.
I'm sure.
Passamon. Which one do you think has the most chance to enter the meta late?
I want Decidueye. Okay, let me put it this way. If Darkrai Giratina wins today, I think Decidueye comes in meta. If Oricorio wins, I think Crambominable comes in.
I kind of think it's the opposite. I think that Darkrai Giratina kind of wrecks Decidueye, but Oricorio is good against Crabominable.
Meowscarada wrecks Darkrai Giratina, though, normally. Like it did.
It does. It does.
Yeah, and it's Meowscarada Decidueye list.
Oh, I haven't seen that one yet.
Oh, those are the ones I've been seeing. Sorry. Those are the ones I've been seeing. Is like Meowscarada Decidueye lists that did semi-well yesterday.
Okay.
Versus Prospect 12. Okay, so we can go and hop into our game. There's your Tapu Lele we just saw go by. Let's see if they were gonna use it at all. I think Snorlax is so interesting though.
How so?
It feels like it takes a lot of energies, and then it also feels like it shouldn't be consistent because you shouldn't be able to hit Berry. But I guess if water decks have taught us anything, and you know, playing against the deck has taught us anything, Misty will always show up, and in this case, so does Berry. And so honestly, it only takes two energies to swing for double the amount of Oricorio for the same amount of energies, and you can use whatever energies you want, but it does put you to sleep. But doesn't matter. Because only 25% of the time will you stay asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think it's in. You asked why, I told you why. Very in-depth. Anyway.
That was a good analysis.
It's a weird card.
It's definitely a fun one. I'm really excited to see if Tapu Lele can pull off the Super Giratina Assassination, because it's such a weird card that it does 20 damage to any Pokemon times the number of energy. So a Giratina with 3 energy is basically active, right? 1 more and it can start attacking. So is doing 60 damage to a bench Giratina good? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question, right? Is it? If it's hit by Snorlax 1 time already, then yeah, I would say it is. Otherwise, I'm not sure. But it could set up.
And that's a great point. It adds so well with the Snorlax damage. Is that what makes it work? I don't know. I'm just like mathematically curious about this deck.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm kind of excited to see what exactly they're playing. And also, even just running Psychics. Giratina sets up so fast. When you're running Psychics.
Mm-hmm.
Here. So, I mean, we used a berry. We're swinging for 100 here, and it's gonna be in range of the Darkrai when it attacks, but it's also in range of Tapu Lele.
And this is the incredibly funny thing. Darkrai doesn't want to attack here.
It doesn't. Especially, well, it's not asleep. Question is, will a berry appear? I feel like is the question. No, I hope you could not hear my stomach on valve of my stomach.
You're channeling Snorlax.
I am. I'm channeling the Munchlax, honestly. Channeling the Munchlax right now. Let's see. Okay. Monster Lax, what are we gonna do here, buddy?
Yeah, they were just betting. They were just betting that Barry doesn't appear.
It feels like it for sure, but will it be enough? Because this is going to be the moment it's decided. If it does appear, there's nothing set up on Prospect's side to deal with the Snorlax.
And the problem is, it's a tough gamble, because if you retreat, you dump all of your energy on Darkrai. And you can still get taken out later by Tapu Lele, so the retreat didn't really save you. If you attack, you automatically lose. The only thing you could really do as the Darkrai player is stay in. They're not playing poorly, they are playing correctly. They've just been given no options at all.
That's a great point. We'll have to see what they decide to do. Did we see the berry come down? Berry came down. We decided to attach to the Hina, which to me is really interesting as well, because if we attach to the Snorlax this turn, we would not need berry next turn to attack. We also don't have any more berries, but we would not need another berry next turn.
I think the logic is that by attaching to the psychic energy specifically to Giratina, which is one of the reasons that dual energy is so good on this deck, you've accelerated it to the point where it can attack next turn. So if the opposing Giratina comes in, like it's doing right now, and finishes off Snorlax, not that it can, yeah, Snorlax can't die. But if for some reason you were able to retreat Snorlax, with Leaf, for example, I don't know if they're running Leaf, you'd be able to win the game. If they KO your Snorlax, you automatically win the game.
Yeah. Let's... I mean, they're gonna have to bellow, regardless.
I just want to rub Snorlax's belly.
This is like an awkward spot, though. This is like a really awkward spot to be in. I feel like we needed to attach the energy last turn. Personally. Again, I'm not the one in the top 16. I feel like we needed to attach Snorlax. Because now Giratina gets attacked. But I guess you like sacrifice Brokey.
Oh,
You really can't.
I would have healed there. Okay, they got Cape. They got Cape.
Okay.
But still Guzma, though. Is there Guzma? I see what you mean, though, because it puts them into a very awkward retreat position.
Yeah, they can't really retreat now. Prospect is not running a Guzma.
Okay, so then Snorlax is safe from being poke deleted. Darkrai swings in, and I think the main purpose of this Darkrai is that the enemy Giratina, well, the enemy from the standpoint we're looking at, Prospect's Giratina, doesn't necessarily want to weaken itself. It doesn't want to put itself in range of the opposing Greninja plus the opposing Giratina. Oh, but Ilma just derps Snorlax back to the hand, completely healing it.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Insane. I didn't even think about the Lima. Lima cracked.
I'm actually kind of amazed that they have not gotten Greninja yet. I feel like the game has gone on a few turns and they just bricked on Greninja, but to be fair, they got all the berries, all the Snorlaxes. A great start with, you know, the Giratina and everything.
There's only so many cards you can have in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, until you draw your whole deck, you could get.
I think the limit is 10.
Oh yeah, true. You can also have 10 cards in your hand. Also true. Otherwise, it just starts discarding them. Weirdly enough.
Huh. Pulele deciding to attack the active Darkrai instead of the Giratina in the back. Attacking the Giratina would have done devastating 80 damage to it, and definitively put it in range of this Giratina, but by weakening the Darkrai, you're threatening to win next turn. This Darkrai could,
Huh.
of course, retreat, and then start wrecking havoc with Giratina, but then Giratina will recoil damage itself after every attack, so it's putting Prospect in a very tough situation.
Yeah, very tough situation.
I think we're going to have to see Chaotic Impact. Yep, here it is from Prospect. Because if they don't start doing work and removing Pokemon, they're just not going to win. They lose eventually. The impetus is on them to start attacking.
Yeah, that's a great point. And now we're gonna need basically a Koga if we want to attack into this Giratina. We're gonna have to sacrifice 20 of our health, so we want to go straight for that Darkrai. We have Cyrus though, and that's gonna be game here for Bry for the first game.
Well played. I mean, this game was completely in the control of the Snorlax player. It seemed like that big-bellied Snorlax just yawned and took out their Pokemon, and then Ilima just yoinked it back to the bench. I'm not even sure if they lost a single Pokemon during that game outside of that last Tapu Lele going down.
Yeah, honestly, I think they did such a great job. Almost maybe it's like a master class lit deck, so really cool to see. And to note, they did have it looked like a water. I thought I saw like a water energy coming up next, so they could attack the water energy.
It's a dual energy deck. I actually ran a very similar deck in Master Ball for a little bit. But I wasn't using a Tapu Lele, and that's what's really cool to see. The Tapu Lele seems to be able to do enough damage to the Big EX Pokemon that they can't heal back up out of the Giratina's range, and that it combos with Snorlax to finish them off. But it's not enough to defeat them by itself, because Tapu Lele will get one shot. So it's kind of like this very clever extra option, this little Swiss Army Tapu Lele, to just do certain chunks of damage to help your strategy. And I really like to see it used that way. Not as a one-stop shop attacker, but as a supporting attacker. How often do you see that?
Yeah, I mean, great point, and oh, it is really interesting to see what's coming out with this new set. I think there's been some really interesting additions to meta. Looks like we're gonna be looking for some of those more Pokemon. It looks like we're gonna be actually prioritizing the basics over anything else because we do research before Pokeballing here.
Oh, that was bad luck. I think they were trying to pull Giratina. When you have Giratina, you want to get it as early as possible to start bellowing, especially during these turns when you can't attack. Not getting Giratina early will give Prospect a little bit of an advantage because their Giratina is already building up.
Yeah, I mean, at least we do run psychic energy, so we actually can like get ready without having to sacrifice turns, but that is not how you want to play the game.
It's an option though, right? I mean, you do have that dual energy psychic. You could use it. Oh, Iono here. Will they get the Giratina?
We got a berry. It's not my first candy of 2 games. Not actually, but
Yeah, those rare candies have been living up to their name. They've been very rare so far.
That is true, but Barry has not been. And with that, it looks like we're gonna see that first attack with Barry here, putting 100 damage onto the Darkrai.
I wonder if we'll later find out that Barry and Larry are related.
Larry.
Is that not his name?
Who's
Wait a minute.
Larry?
Is his name not Larry?
Who's
Oh
Larry?
my goodness. I don't know. I thought there was a guy named Larry. Apparently I've
I'm
hallucinated.
so confused.
Sneaky
Larry?
GPT has hallucinated apparently. No, Larry. Yeah, his name's Larry. I just looked it up.
Who's Larry?
Larry. The everyday man, the normal type gym leader. You know, Larry.
Oh, the new guy from Sword and Shield.
No, from Scarlet and Violet, Larry.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant when I said Sword and Shield. The new guy, Sword. Ursiiday, that was 4 years ago. He's not new. Maybe. Anyhow, we can knock
Because
out.
like they both like normal type Pokemon. I wonder if their names also rhyme in Japanese. I should look that up.
Interesting. Very confused. Yeah, I had no clue. I was like, you mean everyone keeps trying to change how I'm supposed to pronounce Lima's name. Like Lima, it's Ilma. I'm like, bro, I asked how to pronounce it, and you guys are just. I feel you guys are just like gaslighting me at this point. So whatever his name, I thought like you were saying his name. I was like, who is Larry, bro? Someone says you're thinking about Gary. Wait, are Gary, Barry, and Larry related? Anyway.
Oh my goodness. That's a good question.
The Aries. You can see who does and doesn't play the video game because someone said like, bro, who is Larry? I'm not the only person who's not. I played through the game. I just clicked the whole thing, guys. I'm there for the Pokemon battles, not for the names. Today, I actually did not learn the 4th Hokage's name, by the way. And somebody was in ranked. They had his name. And I was like, they're like, I'm going against the 4th Hokage. And I was like, is that the girl one? They're like, no, the 4th Hokage. And I was like, you mean the old man? He's like, no, the 4th Hokage. Repeats back the name to me. I'm like, you mean Naruto's dad? Like, yes. It's like, oh, who cares if he's a Hokage? Nobody knows he's an Hokage. They know him as Naruto's dad. Bro, like, who knows him by his name? It's like, literally,
to be
it's in
fair,
the anime.
that's true.
Bro, he's Naruto's
I have
dad.
no idea what his name is.
I have no clue. He's either the 4th Hokage. Well, I mean, I do know the 4th Hokage, but that's just Naruto's dad. Bro, the guy with blonde hair. It's Naruto's dad.
Back to the game.
Anyway, different game. But yeah. I'm not good at names, if anyone didn't know.
So Tapu Lele does devastating damage to this Giratina. And Kupono already has 2 prize points, so this is looking incredible. We got the heal to try to save it from the Greninja poke, but I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. They're retreating. They can't possibly know this. But retreating is the wrong move because they don't know what's in their opponent's hand, although they do know their opponent only has 1 card in their hand. But if they just attacked right here, they could have won the next turn. The problem is they're probably predicting like a barrier or something.
Yeah, barrier would be really interesting here. And instead, they're just going to see this Tapu Lele. I mean, we already have 2 points. Knock out the Giratina, and that's going to take the game.
Yeah, retreating doesn't actually save you here.
Yeah, this is a little bit tragic, but he's going to take the win.
Wait, what?
Not, yeah. Right? No?
I think they're flexing a little.
Bro, let's not BM here. No BMing here. Just take the knockout.
Yeah, that was funny, to be fair. Just kind of imagine taking a giant Snorlax and just whoop, off the vent and then plopping it back down. Just the visual of that cracked me up.
And you guys said he was the heaviest Pokemon ever. I would say not. Sorry, chat is disagreeing with me about Naruto's dad. Like, bro, how do you guys know his name? How do you guys know his name? How do you guys know his name? Supposedly there is his favorite character. Bro, he doesn't even show up in the anime. Anyway. He doesn't even show up in the anime. Yeah, it's
Naruto's
Volkner.
dad shows up in the
It's
anime?
Volkner. Exactly, or Naruto's dad. He doesn't show up in the anime. He like shows up for like 2 seconds for Naruto to give him a hug and for him to accept the Ninetales, and then boom.
We see him in like flashbacks. He comes back later for a bit.
Yeah, I'm talking about. He comes back for Naruto to give him a hug, and then he gets the Ninetales, which, by the way, is a Pokemon.
You're right.
Not Naruto. Anyway, I'm not gonna go into that one. Not gonna meme that one. That was a 2-0. That was a 2-0. Anyway, let's find us another game to watch because obviously
And let's make sure to watch it.
let's try to watch it and not talk about Naruto's dad. Nobody needs to know Naruto's dad's name, guys. I would like to watch Disappear because they're not Giratina, Darkrai, Greninja, or Corio.
All right, let's check it out.
Hey, let me figure out what channel that. He knows what channel it is and I don't. You know. How did he know? How did you know the channel? I didn't know the channel.
What? Oh,
How did
I
you know the
just scrolled
channel?
through the list until I saw their name.
Oh, I was looking for the number. Will you let chat know what's happening?
Absolutely. All right, so we've got the classic Giratina Darkrai setup, and they're all ready to go. One Giratina is fully powered up on 4 Psychic Energy. We have 2 Darkrai with 2 Dark Energy, and another Giratina that's just chilling on Hana's side. Meanwhile, for Disappear, aka 15FF, the perspective that we're watching, we've got the Rios doing their walling thing, the Greninja doing their poking thing, and a Darkrai powering up on the bench. This is a little bit interesting, because normally you want the Giratina on the bench, on the bird side, right, on Disappear side, the side we're watching, instead of that Darkrai. The benefit of the Darkrai is you get extra poke. Problem is, Darkrai can't do as much damage. So without a Giratina, you don't really have an ability to pick up a prize point or two by means of doing a big attack, unless you can, guaranteed Cyrus in something that's already been weakened. This means that the deck is going to be a little bit slower to pick up prize points, as they don't seem to be running any electric energy, or water, so they don't seem to have any way to damage cards. All they can do is pokety poke. For this reason, Hana is taking advantage of this by slowly, just kind of shuffling their Pokemon around, adding energy, retreating when they need to, poking down the Rios, and if the Rios go down, Disappear's side will collapse, and Hana will be able to push forward. So it's this very tense moment we're coming in on, where the Rio only has 2 poke left of poke's health remaining, only 30 health. It can only survive Darkrai 2 more times. And so they've got to kind of make a move and make it soon.
Yeah, this looks like a really interesting setup. Kind of almost like, I wonder if Disappear actually even runs electric energy. We're seeing that dark energy on that Darkrai. So, these may legitimately just be tanks here to stop any other damage on the other Pokemon. Still laughing. I'm laughing at chat, raging right now. Sorry, chat. Sorry. I went too hard on the rage. I went too hard on the troll. Anyway, sorry about that, chat.
All because they asked who Larry was. The destructive power of mentioning Larry's name.
Larry was too strong. Anywho, with that being said, yeah, we're just kind of waiting here and seeing what's happening. It doesn't look like there's any electric. I wonder if there's water, but obviously it looks like there hasn't been, no water has been seen. We're obviously still getting the pings from Greninja. What did they decide here?
I think this deck would be a little more, I want to say, fun to play in the sense that you get the free poke with Darkrai. You have the potential to do a Darkrai Rush on an unsuspecting deck, which is something that normally only Darkrai Giratina can do. You know, you've got the double Darkrai plus Greninja poke, possibly triple poke if you get 3 Greninjas up plus Darkrai. That's really fun. But on the other hand, I don't think it's quite as consistently powerful as the version that runs Giratina. For one thing, you're locked into darkness energy so that you can use the Darkrai poke, but as a result, you can't really attack with anything else.
Yeah, it is a huge problem for sure for Disappear's deck. I mean, like, we could do 40 here, obviously, to the benched Pokemon, but at that point, they're just going to retreat back to a different Pokemon, more than likely. There's the option of, like, Cyrusing up, I guess, and then dealing with it that way next turn. Like, this turn, do the poke, and then next turn, after your Oricorio gets knocked out, you could do 40 again with the Cyrus, but that's still rough. So let's see. And currently this set is 1-0 in favor of Hannah. Note, Disappears has only beaten 2 Darker Giratinas. Or 1, actually. 1. 1 was a tie.
This is actually incredibly smart. This is the only thing that could give them the win. By attacking the powered up Giratina right before the final Giratina was able to get enough energies to attack, they will be able to survive 1 turn from the enemy forces. It's probably going to be a Darkrai attack plus poke, so 100 damage. Only, I think, Red, and I don't know if they're running it, could possibly give Hana the win here.
Yeah, great point here. Red would end up getting Hana the win, but they'll have to draw into it if that's the case. We're going to need a Cyrus next turn, though. Instead, Mars comes down, so no Red, but they're trying to stop that Cyrus attack. Get a Pokeball, but we also could, like, basically just retreat back into an Oracle for 2 turns.
That's true. There is a little bit of stalling here that could occur. The problem is, during that time, you'll be Darkrai Greninja poked several times over, and then you go down to the Darkrai the next turn. So, I think from Hana's perspective, they kind of needed to win this turn. I don't know, unless they have, like, their own Cyrus. Do they have a Cyrus?
Let me double check. Hanamon is running 1 Cyrus.
Ooh. Okay, so then it's anybody's game.
Potentially, yeah. And we are having 2 Cyruses on Disappear's side, so it's going to be, if we can find it. I mean, we see a Pokeball. Roki. We're just thinning the deck right now.
There's some tough decisions here. What do we do? I mean, obviously you retreat the Darkrai, but after that, what do we do? Do you want the Greninja to poke the backline Darkrai, hope that they can't heal it, take it down in 3 turns? Do we even have that much time? Do we want to maybe bring Greninja to the front and have it tank instead of the Urikarios, because then it can last for another turn? But then we might lose the poke. There are a lot of options here that Disappear has to consider.
Yeah, there really are. And, like, what do you really do with that is also a question. There's also this point where, like, we're going to leave this Darkrai at 20 health. At 40 health? At 40 health?
Uh-oh, did they have enough time to retreat?
We're just attacking, as I'm saying. We're going to attack. And
They're attacking!
because
So they're betting...
they can ping, they can't attack here.
Yeah, that might not have been the... Can they heal it, though?
I'm gonna
Can they
double
heal
check
it,
how
though?
much heals Paimon has, but potions.
There's the oak. Can they heal it?
They have 2
Can they
potions.
heal it?
1 potion.
There's the heal. All right, that solidifies it against the Greninja. Double heal. Oh,
No.
and that's big for Hannah. That's big. The game isn't over, but it's looking really good for Hannah right now.
For real, yeah. And now with that bellow and the moving to the front, I mean, they can one-shot a Greninja as well. The problem.
I don't think there is any move that can stop a Pokemon from being KO'd on Hannah's next turn.
Maybe
Do you see anything, Ursi?
maybe retreat to Darkrai?
It's taken out by. Oh, you're right! Because Giratina's missing the final energy, they can't
Yeah.
Darkrai poke and obliterate it. You're absolutely right. That would save them.
But you can't win. Oh, no, you could. Because Greninja can ping this turn. If they don't have red or Dawn.
It would require a Cyrus. It would require a Cyrus next turn.
We would need a Cyrus
They
next
got
turn, yeah.
Cyrus.
And there's Cyrus. And that's going to be a 2-0 for Hanamon. 2-0 for Hanamon.
GG. Well played, Hannah.
Very well played. For this one,
That was exciting, though.
really cool to see. I really enjoyed that game. Okay, so that means we're gonna be going into our top 8 next. That was our last game of our top 16, and so we're going into our top 8 next. I would like to watch Garchomp next, if you're cool with that.
Yes. Oh, I wanted to see that.
I believe it's still in. Real quick to double check. Just let them know that they can start when they're ready. So it's a Greninja Giratina versus a Giratina Snorlax. A Garchomp EX Rampardos versus a Giratina Snorlax. And then a Magnezone Oricorio versus a Giratina Darkrai. And a Charizard EX Incineroar versus a Giratina Darkrai. So we're going to go watch the Garchomp, though. Going to be Rokentin versus Hopover. Do you have a preference on point of view?
No particular preference.
Let's try channel 45. Get loud. But they are getting into game, so I will quickly get this up as fast as possible.
I think, Ursi, if there's one thing we learned today, it's that if the two of us ever meet at a door, we are going to be there for a solid 5 minutes before we decide who walks through it first.
That is very true. That is very true. I'm not very good at that one. I'm not very good at who goes to the door first. It's a
Oh
true
my goodness, me
statement.
neither. I'm always like, no, you, please go. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. Okay, so they are flipping. They're choosing who's going, not choosing, but they're going first and second is being decided. And then we'll get into it in a second here. I'm just making sure that everything. I kind of was thinking about trying to run Garchomp at the beginning of this set, but when I did it, I tried it with the baby Garchomp, with one big Garchomp, and it really didn't work. So we're starting Garchomp. Well, we have to, because the other Pokemon is a fossil. I almost said tool.
Your cards are fossils and tools, man.
Real. There is a 1 Gigabyte and 1 Cranidos for heads up.
They got a really good draw here. I mean, I don't know how long this Froakie is going to live.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure either. And seeing as okay, this is kind of a laggy stream, or is it happening for you too?
Yeah.
It's just me. Okay. We may need to hop over to Hoppiver's side real quick if that's okay with you. That's gonna be channel 31, but it looks like we're gonna see a really quick 50 damage into that. Let's hop into 31. Alright guys, give us 1 second to
Okay, luckily they were able to grab another Froakie. They finally got a Giratina to put onto the bench. So it's not just going to be Garchomp immediately breaks the game with that early rare candy, but definitely powerful, you know, when you get that on curve. Oh, wow! But Hapu has got their own rare candy now, evolving to Greninja. The poke is going to come online. And so we have a proper game, an explosive game. Like, immediately, Garchomp, Giratina, Greninja, let's go! Rare candy at its best.
yeah, we're probably not going to see an attack. I mean, obviously, it doesn't look like there's any water energy. There may or may not be in this deck. We've only seen Psychic thus far. But no, we didn't watch Hoppiver. So let's see. We are going to bellow here. I kind of wonder, do you start pinging into that Greninja, the Giratina? The Garatina.
Yeah, you do. And I think it's the right call, because if you attack the Greninja, you're putting yourself into Giratina range. Though, then again, if you don't attack the Greninja puts you into Giratina range. So I guess they're probably waiting for that 100 damage attack before trying to finish it off.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna see that ping again. It is gonna put Garchomp to 120, but if we can get Cyrus here, we can go on and knock out that Giratina. And then it's Garchomp versus Snorlax, and I think that's a good matchup for us.
What's interesting is, even though the Greninja has a rocky helmet and would have put Garchomp into KO range anyway, they still put the poke on Garchomp, just to make absolutely sure that no potions or Guzmas or anything would interfere with Giratina KOing Garchomp EX.
Yeah. I wonder if he would I'm just like debating like where do you go from here, right? Like this is a 2-pointer. You obviously do not want to sacrifice a 2-pointer. If you retreat, I mean, you could heavy Cyrus, but you're not going to be risking a Snorlax attack. You would be risking Giratina attack.
I mean, if it were me and I had a Cyrus, I'd absolutely take out the Giratina right now. That's 2 prize points, the biggest damage threat. I don't even care if I go down to Snorlax later.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was really sad to see the research for that exact reason. I really wanted them to just attack into it, but it looks like we're gonna use the 1 energy attack into the Giratina one more time and say, look, you gotta pick which one you're gonna set up. Only problem with that to me kind of is, right, is that Greninja retreat berry does end up knocking out this Garchomp.
Ooh. And it goes into the berry exactly as you predicted. Snorlax is going to get the KO, and Giratina will be relatively safe, albeit at a third of its health.
Yeah, I have to hope that this energy on the Giblet?
That's a Gibble.
Gibble. On the Gibble means that there's a Garchomp and, you know, rare candy in hand, but we're not that because at least that would get 2 points, and then Snorlax can't one-shot. Okay, so we don't have them yet. That's an Iono coming down. Let's see. That's a rare candy for us, a Greninja for us.
Ooh.
Oh, and a Pokemon Center lady. Could be devastating next turn if we don't hit Granados, other fossil. I don't think there's anything we can do here if we don't evolve. Okay, we're going to the Granados. Do you use Pokemon Center Lady to heal up the gear? Okay, it woke up. That's actually what I was going to be concerned with. If we have Berry, it could be a game over. We definitely can't really retreat here, but
This is still looking incredible for the Giratina player because they've just won the
oh
game.
no, yeah, I didn't even think about the double ping into the fossil. That's tragic. I didn't even put the point. Jeff doesn't really know that it's possible, but yeah, ouch. Wanted to guard Chomp.
Devastating.
Devastating.
Habu got really lucky with the draws this game. I mean, we have seen so many Greninjas, and most of the time you get one of them in the middle of the game. We saw 2 Greninjas,
Yeah.
2 appear within this game. That's really fortunate to be able to draw that, especially in a deck that doesn't have any other stage 2s. Like, I'm actually surprised that we didn't see more rare candy evolutions from the Granados Garchomp deck, because that deck had more possibilities for evolution.
Yeah, great point, great point. We'll have to see, but ouch. And then we're getting into game 2 now. It's up 1 on Habuver's side. And it's Gibble versus Giratina.
I gotta say, when I see that, I'm just imagining this underdog, adorable kind of little dragon with a big mouth going up against this centipede ghost dragon from the depths of the reverse world. And you can't help but root for the little dragon there.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. It looks like we're going to power up the Snorlax on the bench, and we're going to go on and bellow.
That's exactly how I picture this playing out. You know, the 2 meet, and the big dragon's like, rah! What's the little dragon gonna do in response?
For sure. Granados appears. Rare candy again onto that Garchomp. Do you put the do you actually have to put the 50 onto the Giratina? And I think the answer is no. Yes,
You
actually.
don't, but you kind of do. Because they're running double Nurse Joy and have the ability to heal, you probably want to start doing damage to it quickly to take it out of the game before it can generate enough psychic energy.
Yeah, great
But
point.
they chose to go for the Froakie.
Let's see. They hand attach and they bellow again. We can't get it. Oh, we did go for the Froakie. I kind of like the idea of going for Froakie just because I would like to probably like knock it out and then just, you know, beeline the Giratina.
My logic is that Giratina is usually a win condition, because it's an almost guaranteed KO on most Pokemon, especially when you get a Greninja online. Defeating the Froakie is not guaranteed because it could have evolved this turn. It didn't. But
Yeah.
the possibility was there depending on draws, what was in their hand. On the other hand, allowing Giratina to build up psychic energy means that it will have the ability to attack Garchomp, possibly defeat it. But it might work out.
We're gonna need like a retreat to Snorlax if we want to attack, but if we do that, all of the energies are gone from this Giratina and we'll need a berry.
I will say this, the 2 of you might be right about attacking the Froakie, because this is looking pretty good for the Garchomp player.
Yeah, it definitely is. And look at that. We are sacrificing all the energies on Armand here. My concern with this is does Granados not one shot? You just like retreat back into Granados in one shot, and now your Giratina is just not set up.
It's a 2-shot unless it evolves.
Is it not weak to fighting? Oh, I was meaning
Well,
it
it
with
is, but-
evolution. I was meaning with evolution. My bad.
Oh yeah. With evolution, it's a 1-shot, absolutely.
Yeah. We have cape, so we're up to 190. Surge. But I mean, we'll have to swing for 100 here. Second Gibble at least. And he's gonna swing for 50 into Giratina. Looks like we do hit Barry.
Problem is, in this situation, Barry gives you the option to add water energy to Giratina. Is that really worth it? Is that really worth your supporter card for the turn?
So we do heal, like you said.
Yeah, I think Giratina really is the win con here. They need to get that dragon back up and running in order to take out Garchomp.
Yeah, great point.
Though, I will say that 2 Snorlax hits would have done it if they don't have heals. I'm not sure.
Let's see what that list looks like on Rokenton's side. They're not running a single heal. Oh wait, they have Lily. They have Lily. I'm false.
Okay.
They have 2 Lilies. So we very well could see an attack from the Snorlax, and it is gonna be an attack on Snorlax, which means Giratina would never be able to just like swing and knock here.
Mm-hmm.
Hells does mean it's gonna stay asleep. And Pardos would be. Lily comes down.
There's the Lily.
Oh, we're thinking about auto conceding, it looks like. I mean, we're gonna attack for 50 again. Why retreat when you can just do this?
Yeah, the Snorlax not waking up is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Trying to power up multiple Giratinas.
I don't know that's the play. We do wake up now, so we will be able to attack for 100, but we only need 2 more turns. And I'm not fully sure they're gonna get it.
They're hovering over that concede button.
Virus.
Oh, and this looks like it could be the end.
Agreed. And that's going to be the match. I mean, so we're going into game 3 now. We're going to game 3.
I like the story of that game. It was like the little dragon versus the big dragon. And then the little dragon just was like, all right, you haven't seen my final form yet. It turned into a bigger dragon. Giratina roared at it. Garchomp roared back, and then Giratina ran away.
Yeah,
and that was the game.
What's a centipede god supposed to do for a big mouth?
An actual land shark.
Yeah, an actual land shark. Exactly. Like, honestly, there is no answer to it. There literally is none. We're going to be getting into game 2 now. To note, we're actually going to be going second for the first time as Rokuton. Our player, Abuver, will be going first this time. Honestly,
So far, we've seen the player that gets the most rare candies kind of win. Or at least the quickest rare candies. Yeah, I'm interested to see this time if maybe they both get their evolutions like in equal measure. Just to kind of see how that shapes out.
I would argue, since we saw 2 rare candies in the starting hand of Habiver last game, he had more rare candies.
You can play them though. That was
Yeah,
the
you can
problem.
play them. You can play them. Yeah, I'm just messing around. We are starting with Froakie though again in the active. Oh, there's water energy for sure. I didn't know. I did know that from last game. It just didn't clock in my brain. So we're up to Giratina. I mean, we're battling with Giratina. We put the water on Snorlax. I wonder if there's not much confidence like a Greninja attack, because Greninja would knock out, but it's not going to, because that's a Garchomp, and Garchomp is going to swing for 50 here. I'm assuming directly into the Froakie. Point 0.1 for Rokitin.
That was a really early Garchomp.
Yeah.
This is devastating.
They've basically gotten Garchomp on, turn 2 every single game now.
That is pretty fortunate. I have to say, Habu has been doing something the past few games that's confused me. They keep a second Froakie in their hand almost at all times. But had they put it on the bench, they could have had Greninja right now this turn.
Looks like we're staying asleep for now. The big thing is if they do that. Yeah, we do get Lily. But the thing is, if it stays asleep, you would have the Pokemon Center to unsleep, and then you can't bury. So let's see, and it's, bro, they're waking up every second time now, which is exactly at odds. So can't say anything bad against it. But let's see here. We do get that candy, and we are gonna be going, to be able to ping for 20, and I mean, we did bury, and that's gonna be 100 damage. We're gonna need another basic on the bench here. Wanna wake up?
Garchomp has taken massive damage from this sleeping bear. They really need to do something to fix their position, or they will go down to Greninja next turn. I gotta say, when I saw that early Garchomp with tons of energy on it, I was like, oh yeah, Garchomp just wins. Garchomp has won the game. But the berries coming through, that was so much damage. That was 100 damage.
Yeah. Have they used both berries now? Well,
I think so. Otherwise, I don't understand Garchomp's health.
Sorry, my brain is like has looped for a second. It looks like we are gonna hit an Iona, which is essentially a Mars, honestly, for Habiver, because they only had 2 cards. But the problem's gonna be, right, is that this Garchomp might try to run away. Don't think they're really going to, but it's a possibility. Also, there's really no reason to. If they've used both berries, there's no reason to even attack the Snorlax, I think. You just hit. I mean, I would like some heal, but which we don't have, but we gotta have Cape. We have to have Cape. We need to do something. 3, 2, come on, buddy. Oh.
The timer hit 0. My heart stopped.
Yeah, Garchomp said, I know what you're gonna do. I'm gonna hit you first. You first. Hello, Leaf.
And incidentally, I also forgot how many berries were played. I was literally just staring at the health like, I only remember 1, but it's gotta be 2 because it took 200 damage. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah,
Berry is so understated.
Yeah. You just use it and then nothing happens until they attack.
Yeah. This is why I'm convinced that Barry and Larry are related. They have that background normal type quality. And I'm not trying to start another conversation about the 4th Hokage.
I'm not even going to respond about it. I want you guys to know that I read all the mangas and I watched all the episodes of the anime. I saw some people arguing about it.
What have I done? I'm sorry.
Anywho, we do evolve to Cranidos. Do we have a candy for this Rampardos, though? And if we even do, it looks like we might, because Giblet, whatever the middle evolution is called, does get evolved. Gibble evolves into Giblet, and the candy, candy is discarded. Wait, why did we discard? Okay, I don't understand. Well, actually.
Well, I think your name for that Pokemon is 10 times better. What you called Gibble originally is the name of this Pokemon. This is Gabite.
Oh. Wait, but don't we just lose here?
Yeah, kind of.
I'm a little confused.
Well played by Habu. The 2 prize points from Snorlax basically taking down that Garchomp with Greninja's help was more than enough for Giratina to come in and finish the game.
It was. Fantastic, fantastic job by Habu. And with that, that's going to be, I mean, Habu's going to the top 4. Nomu Nomu is currently a game up on Rai. Then Hanamon did lose to Tukagun, which is the Charizard Incineroar.
Really?
Yeah. And then Koji lost to Bao. Koji was the Darkrai Giratina as well. Guys, I think all the Darkrai Giratina... Wait, what did we just play against? Yeah, I think all the Darkrai Giratinas are gone. I don't think there's a single Darkrai Giratina left. I'm very happy about this. I'm very happy. I'm going to bring this up so I can double check myself. I watched there be a Darkrai Giratina and my brain just fizzled. Watch the deck that beat Garchomp have been a Darkrai Giratina and my brain is just gone.
I don't think it was.
It wasn't,
a Greninja
luckily.
Snorlax deck. That one doesn't run Darkrai.
Guys, there's not a single Darkrai Giratina in our top 4. There can't be.
I would like to give Rokentin a shout out because Garchomp is considered one of the weakest EX Pokemon, and making it to the top 8 playing a Garchomp deck is a huge achievement. Like, that's just awesome.
Yeah, he did such a fantastic job piloting that deck. Oh my god. Huge shout out. Huge shout out to Rokutin doing that. And honestly, I'm going to have to try out that Garchomp list. No question about it. It looks great. I am so happy at our top 4 though. And I would have loved to have Garchomp in it. But I'm actually definitely going to have to check it out. Definitely going to have to check it out because it's really interesting. That being said, there is the one match left going. We can see how far they are into it. It looks like they're into game 2 right now. It is 13 minutes in, though. We could go in and hop on over, though, to Nomu, and then we'll be watching the top 4 first, either way. So, you want to hop over to Nomu, which is in channel 16?
All right. Hey, another Snorlax.
Yes, it's Snorlax versus Oricorio and Greninja, I think. Giratina.
Snorlax was like one of my favorite off-meta cards, and now it's become meta. I'm kind of happy. It like rose through the ranks.
I support it. Really Tough was my favorite art from last set, so I'm really glad that it's good too.
The one everyone's memeing about, that it's like the monster in the closet?
Yeah, I'm glad that she finally got her time. I was disappointed in everyone for memeing about her. She's a gorgeous woman, and she's got baby doll eyes, bro. What's it called? The you know, look up under your eyelashes, except she doesn't have eyelashes. She doesn't have eyelashes. That being said, Nomu is at 0 points and Bri is at 1. And
well, Nomu at 1 now. Greninja sniping its fellow from across the field.
Let's go.
This is actually one of the weirdest setups I've ever seen. Double Greninja plus Oricorio plus Shaman versus double Snorlax Greninja Giratina.
Yeah, very interesting for sure. I'm not really fully sure what to feel about it, but you know, that's okay. That's okay. Luckily, Greninja does survive a hit from the Snorlax. That's going to be probably a huge player in this game.
It feels like the meta has sort of evolved into like deck soup, where now you take your favorite cards from each of the previous decks and kind of pick the ones you want and just put them together. I don't know if that's really, really awesome or not so great. I'm not sure how to feel about it. I don't know.
I'm not sure either. But I kind of like it. I kind of like it. I'm like okay with Snorlax never reappearing. No offense.
Well, I like Snorlax though.
Not true. She's cute. He's cute as well. Snorlax is a cutie. I have onesies of Snorlax, but still, I love. I'm a little bit mad that Wiggly. Okay.
Well, Wiggly can beat Snorlax if Barry doesn't help, I think. And you get energy first.
And you get a cape.
Under the right circumstances.
And you actually hit the Wiggly top. You know, it's fine. Fine. Anywho, you also have to set up as 2 Wigglies and a Oricorio. It's fine. Anywho, with that being said, though, we can swing for 60 with a Greninja. You can also ping. I'm assuming gonna attack with this full health Greninja now, which is gonna be nice to help. Are we even actually? We might just be pinging to be able to like Iris? You go because next turn it goes down to 40. Is there any heal in Bry's deck? There is 1 heal for 30. So it's kind of safe, right? Like you ping the Giratina for the rest of its life.
What?
You Cyrus up, hit it with the
Wait.
Oricorio, and then you ping again.
Am I hallucinating, or is there a water energy that never got placed?
Maybe. Without TGR, it's not a huge deal, though, I don't think.
I don't know.
It's not like you're ever attacking a Shaman.
Well, with the double Snorlax, I mean, they could just attack here at... Wait. Snorlax plus Greninja finishes Greninja, right?
Oh. That's a concern.
Yeah, it looks like that's what's going down here.
That's a concern. Uh-oh.
Healing the Snorlax.
I didn't think that one through. I don't have an... I can't count all the math. I'm not a math major. Ban Ash forever. Ash actually is not a supporter. Yeah, I'm not really sure what we do here. You gotta like put a... Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. This Snorlax deck is doing some work. That much is sure. You know, it's kind of interesting. I think this deck does not beat Darkrai Giratina on average, but it can beat it. Maybe close to 50%. But the Oricorio decks are better against Darkrai Giratina than this deck. So by creating a tournament with all 3 decks, I think Snorlax becomes the best deck because it beats one and is okay against the other.
Yeah, I guess it's a good point as well. It's a good point.
It's kind of like if you were playing rock, paper, scissors, shoe, and rock beat scissors and tied with paper.
Yeah, I support that. Yeah, I feel like sometimes it's like how the meta, how you have to like think of sometimes meta. Like you gotta be one step ahead of the meta. Like, oh, you're gonna play the counter to Darkrai Giratina. I'm gonna counter you. Maybe.
I raise your counter And bet you an Ursaring.
Yeah, exactly. And throw a
I
Shaman
guess a
into it.
Snorlax in this case.
Or a Snorlax into it. Here's the Seableye. Oh, we're just gonna remove our Giratina, that works. And then that's gonna be game. And Bry's gonna have brought it back. We're officially 1-1. I just want to state how long this game took. Bry's at 11 minutes and Nomu is at 8.
Very strategic. Playing
Very
around each
thinky.
other's maneuvers.
Got some thinky going on.
Oh my goodness, I cannot read that. Oh,
I wouldn't ask you
they
to.
must.
You have to tell me what it means. I'm gonna quiz you on it in 40 minutes.
I can't read kanji. I think that one is te, but yeah, no, I can tell what part of speech it is, but that's about it.
See, but with that, we're going into game 2 now. 3 now, game 3. They're 1-1 in the set, and we're gonna find out who's going into the top 4.
That's a nice setup.
I like it. Yeah, I like starting, I think, with right here. Sorry. Brokey.
This is a chillin' little frog.
He is a chillin'. He knows he's the boss in this meta, I feel like. I feel like he knows he's... It's true, though. It's true.
No, it's completely true. I'm just laughing because I think I said that at the beginning of the stream.
No, yeah, no, I think I might have stolen your bit. Somebody said he has the George Washington pose. It looks like we are gonna have a Greninja.
Nice.
And a Frogadier does mean 30 damage is about to come down onto that Tapu Lele. 50 if you include. Sadly, there is no water energy to be seen thus far, which does mean that we can't do 6.
Oh no, it looks like Bry Kupono is a little bit bricked. They don't have any other
Yeah.
cards.
That second energy is very telling. I had hoped that they, were just be able to retreat this turn, but it looks like we're going to be doing 20 and 30 again. Still no energy to be seen, so a heal could save us here, but we'll have to find out.
Even if something came out right now, I feel like it's a little late. Can they bring it back? There's a Snorlax. Where there's a belly, there's a way.
It's the truth. Especially when there's no water energies. No water energies. Sadly, that Tapu Lele is not going to be surviving on the bench, in my opinion. But looks like there's a water energy 2 turns from now, which is a start. I would also be concerned about Barry because obviously they don't have another Snorlax. They don't have the Giratinas. They don't have the Froakies. That's 5 cards. Those 5 cards cannot be, which leaves, well, and it can't be the 2 on the bench, which means, so there's only 13 cards that those 5 cards could be. And obviously a Barry out of those 13. Also, none of them are
Ursi
Pokeballs.
demonstrating like 300 IQ gaming skills right here, calculating your opponent's hand from what you've seen so far. That's awesome.
But that's what you have to do in Pocket, I feel like, because like it's only 20 cards. It's not like the biggest deal. Also, there's no Pokeballs, so now we're down to 11 cards. It could be. Have we seen a research? Because he would have played a research. So you're like 9 out of 5 out of 9. Definitely has a berry. I think like really high confidence interval has a berry.
I
Right?
gotta
No
start
Pokeballs?
doing that. I mean,
Do
I
you
feel
not
like you're
calculate your
absolutely
opponent's
right.
hand when you? It happens. That's what we used to do a lot during Sabrina meta. I feel like you're like, oh, are you gonna have a Sabrina? I was a big red player, like red card player, so you have to odds. Also, the good thing about Red and Mars is Pokemon Pocket small enough that you're not actually guessing. No, you can. Second Snorlax comes down, so my assumption is he's top decked it. But also, I guess he could be holding Snorlax because there's no reason to put a second down now. But he would have put it down 2 turns ago. I still think he top decked it. We do have Berry.
Nice. Well, nice for Kupono at the very least. I was feeling a little bad since they bricked early on.
Yeah. But we will be able to see 60 damage here, and we don't have to worry about that, like, Greninja ping. Ooh, Giratina as well. Yeah, a nice addition.
Got a little bit of a choice coming up. Do you spend 3 turns powering up your Centipede of Ultimate Destruction? Or do you try to attack into the Snorlax with Greninja and hope to outpace the berries?
Yeah, it's a great question. There is only 1 berry left. There's only 1 berry left, so it's an option.
I think if it were me playing, I'd probably go for the retreat and then power up the Giratina option. Let Froakie tank it or go down, whatever's needed.
What if you don't have to sacrifice, though, right? Because you will only be doing 100 damage to the Greninja. You don't even have to have a point.
Maybe, but I'd be worried about, like, Cyrus, because Greninja is necessary to put the Snorlax into Giratina's range. So I'd want to keep that alive in case they healed it later, but I'm not looking at the deck list, so I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't even play Giratina. They're going for the aggressive option. They're betting on the lack of ability to attack.
Looks like it might be the correct play. Doesn't even have a berry this turn. Still no researches to be seen. No Pokeballs. Sounds like a very painful death. Or game over for Raikou here.
And we're seeing that the careful play I was describing was the wrong play because clearly they're gonna sweep through the Snorlaxes with these Greninjas. I've gotten too cautious in my thousands of years of being a dragon.
Not the thousands of years of being a dragon. I think that will make you cautious sometimes. How about for it?
No, seriously, Pokemon Pocket, joking aside, does often have choices where you either need to go for the aggressive play and take a chance and win right now, or the passive play. They went for the aggressive play, and it's really working for them. If that Snorlax goes down, the other one will probably not be able to attack more than once, meaning Greninja could single-handedly sweep the game. This is really cool to see, especially because Greninja is normally that poke card in the back line, but in this case, it's earning its hero cape, I think. What do you think, Ursi?
I think it's good. I think it can win its hero cape today. I think it could be given a hero cape after this game. I'd be okay saying
This is... It's the first Pokemon you've approved of for hero status.
I was okay with the Giratina basically as well. Just kind of. But we'll take the 3rd point here, I do believe, which does mean we are officially in a top 4 with not a single repeated Pokemon. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, they're thinking they want to make absolutely sure it's over considering all possibilities, when you're in Nomo's position, you're moving on to the top of the tournament. You really want to make sure you don't mess up your guaranteed win. So they're like, all right, I'm gonna take my time and make sure I take my turn correctly, just in case something happens next turn I'm not expecting.
Understandable. Understandable. I mean, that's my assumption at least. Maybe I'm wrong as well.
Hey, you never know. Your opponent could press the concede button by accident. I'm not saying I've ever done that while tapping on my phone.
I've definitely accidentally hit the in turn button a couple times. Made me want to turn the alert back on, actually.
And Kupono decides to go out on their own terms.
Understandable,
Well played.
understandable. That being said, we'll now have our first top 4. It's going to be, I mean, they're going to have to do it again, though. It's going to be Giratina Snorlax versus Oricorio, Greninja, Giratina, Shaman. So, we'll have to see how it goes.
Have we seen Tuku and Bao play yet?
No, but we're going to watch them both. We're going to watch them both.
Excellent.
Yeah, I don't think we've watched either of them. Congrats. I'm going to mute while I do my spiel to the top 4. Okay, I let them know that we're ready to watch their games when they're ready. And they'll be going first. So we can just sit here for another turn since, I don't know, I like the Oricorio people. But I think it's going to be kind of sad here. It's going to be really sad here.
Why do you think the Oricorio is going to be sad?
I don't think the Oricorio does well against Snorlax list. But I'm
But
hoping
it's
Nomu
not
Nomu
fighting
will
a
prove
Snorlax list.
It is. Nomu
Isn't
Nomu?
Bao fighting Tuku?
No, we're gonna watch Nomu Nomu first, and then we're gonna watch
Oh.
Bao and Toku. We watch both, sorry. So it's a top 4, we watch both. We do them asynchronously. So we can watch top and bottom. And then we'll watch finals. So, it'll be a lot of fun. But we'll watch Nomu first, and then it appears to be friends. They've Nomu and Habu seem to be friends, so very exciting. Is my assumption.
Oh no. It's that anime moment where you have to defeat your friend to win the tournament. Ugh, my heart.
I love reading when friends like match up though. They said we meet in a head-on-head confrontation, and then Nomu says ... and he says, and then Habu responds, I would have preferred this to be in the finals, and Nomu says, really? Really? Agreed. What is it? Different. But yeah.
Okay, so it's not kind of like the heartbreaking anime, you must defeat your friend to move on, Hunger Games type moment. It's the we're both having fun here, let's play it out kind of moment. I'm good with that. I'm done with that.
I'm good with it, but it is, I would love, I don't know. It's gonna be some fun to watch. It'll be some fun to watch either way. So we're gonna let them get started here. We're already in the correct channel, I believe. And so we can start getting that set up. Top 4. Fry in chat says, yeah, I bricked hard. You did, buddy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
The Mighty Brick has taken out many a promising deck.
Agreed. Sometimes it just bricks at the worst time possible.
But hey, this is why Conkeldurr, I think, extremely underestimated Pokemon.
What does Conkeldurr do?
It carries construction stuff like bricks.
Wouldn't that just mean you would brick even harder?
I guess, I don't know, I was just
If
making
it
an awful
carries the
pun.
bricks, wouldn't it just make more bricks?
Maybe, or maybe it takes the bricks away. Honestly, I didn't think this through well enough.
If anything, it takes your opponent's bricks away. But, uh, first Larry, now this, I can't. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Anywho, with that being said, we are getting into the game. It is starting with an Arcoria, which may not be the worst thing against a Froakie. If we could power up, we can get type advantage. Maybe. But we're going first, so Greninja would get energy before us. But it's fine.
I hope the mighty brick hasn't struck again here. Giratina is cultivating its psychic powers.
What the psychic powers? Let's see.
Oh no. Jigglypuff got Ursi.
Jigglypuff got me. Honestly, my greatest nemesis of all of Pokemon was Ruby with the Slaking Yawn. That being said, Froakie did put in some early 10 damage, and that does mean that if it does have an evolution to Greninja, that could be a really early knockout. It kind of makes you wonder if you should just, you know, power up attach energy somewhere else, but maybe putting the pressure on is good.
I mean, it's a very bold situation, right? If you put the electric energy on Oricorio and they don't have it, you win the game. But if they do have it,
Yeah.
you're in trouble.
And that's maybe Cape, but even then, the ping. Wait. Yeah, you still don't have it.
I'm starting to wonder if you can bluff based on which Froakie you have. This isn't the chilling Froakie. This is the nervous-looking Froakie. So maybe they're like, go ahead, attack me. I can't evolve. I'm so scared here. And it's convincing you to attack, even though they totally have Greninja.
You can't see me because there's a minute and a half delay, but I'm shaking my head. Shaking my head. Can't see me because there's a minute and a half delay, but I'm definitely shaking my head over here. I'll tell you Habu because I'm reading their names. Sneaky. Honestly, though, it might be the case. We have a second Froakie come down. Will we see the Greninja? It's going to be a huge moment here. That seems to have liked your Conkeldurr joke.
Actually, I can't see you at all. The Discord is taking up the whole screen, so all I can see is the game. It's actually really weird. I'm not used to this. Normally I can like see myself and the other person when I'm doing this, but I'm constantly like, I don't know what I look like to anyone right now.
It's going perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I do seem to have a calm and collected Froakie, though, in hand as well. So one calm. We are going to knock out that first Frogadier. Not Frogadier. Froakie. The second Froakie could turn into a Greninja still, but we are much closer to that being okay.
Unfortunately, because the energy is psychic, it will not be able to attack.
Oh, yes, because it is psychic. It will never be able to attack. Why was I ever worried about this again? Oh, there was a water energy earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there was a water earlier.
I was about to worry that I had literally gone insane. I was about to worry that I had literally gone insane. But luckily, ping, 70, and then the other attack. We got this. Dude, everyone's running double energies. It's kind of... How can they make
it's a nifty new thing.
Yeah, I never said it. I love it. It's like, how people are always like, how can they make it where, the energies are good enough that you can run 2 different energies? Well, if everyone's running the chance of breaking on their energies by running 2 different energies, you're fine. But Hobby will concede. Let them get set.
I think this meta has a lot more room for exploration. This new Greninja trend, because I've played it for a bit, not this exact version, but it seems to brick more often than some of the other decks. And I think the search for consistency will lead people to continue to try to innovate. So there's going to be a lot more of this season.
I'm really excited to see what people do. We are getting...
Also, just say... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
Gosh darn it. Just to answer folks' questions about when to use 2 energy, a good rule of thumb is whenever the Pokemon do not need very many specific energy to attack, and when Pokemon can attack without energy. For example, Oricorio only needs 1 lightning energy. So as long as you get 1, you're good. It's the same thing with Greninja, and its pre-evolve forms don't need any energy at all, they're colorless. Giratina generates its own energy. This makes all 3 of these cards really good to use in a dual energy deck, because you have a much lower chance of bricking. On the other hand, I would never run dual energy with something like a Turtonator that needs 2 or 3 fire energies and discards fire energies, because you're too dependent on a singular energy type. So that's kind of the rule of thumb. Can you be useful, 1, without energy, and 2, with only 1 of the specific energy you need? If so, that's a good candidate for dual energy.
Yeah, that's a great point. It does look like Hapu does find a Snorlax game. However, right, is that are we okay with that? We do still have a Giratina stuck in the active. We're gonna need to waste 2 energies, to be able to retreat back. And we definitely want to be able to, attack with that Snorlax instead of Giratina, because Giratina can't.
It's kind of funny. It's this giant ghost centipede, but it cannot hurt you.
It cannot. Honestly, what is a centipede god versus a cheerleader? Absolutely not. But it looks like we're trying to decide: do we want to power up that Greninja, or do we want to leave the Oricorio in the active?
I'm just imagining the fan art right now. Giratina, demon centipede from the reverse world. Oricorio, an actual cheerleader. Who would win? Just the pommel, on top of Giratina's head, and it's kind of got the swirly eyes.
Honestly, it reminds me of the animes where they're like, I'm a salary man, but now I've been teleported into the Demon King's world, or whatever I think they're doing.
Oh my god. You can't mention a salary man. We'll end up back into the Larry conversation.
Oh, no, sorry. We're good. Anyway, anyway, Oricorio, still deciding what to do. We did decide to power up Froakie. We could see retreat back this turn to a Snorlax, and I think if so, we're kind of just sacrificing the Oricorio in the active. So.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position. Without any water energy, the Oricorio player is very stuck. Hopefully soon they'll be able to evolve into Greninja with a rare candy, or that they'll get something to make progress. But for right now, it's all they can do to wall and wait. In the meantime, Giratina's building power, Snorlax is building power. It's only a matter of time before Habu overruns their position, so they're really hoping their next draw is a little more useful.
Definitely. Sorry. Definitely. I will have to decide. See what they do. Go back to the Snorlax. I'm assuming they have a berry. They have the berry. They will be able to swing and knock out this Oricorio. And if they make a Greninja here, even Greninja on Nomu's head will not survive a hit.
With Oricorio going down, the ability to wall Giratina disappears. However, Giratina did dump all of its energy, so it's kind of, can you defeat Snorlax?
Yeah.
And the answer might be no.
It's a great question. Sometimes it does seem like it might be a no, and we see a Concede getting hovered. I'm assuming that means no Greninja, which we desperately.
There's just no Greninja.
Wait, someone drew us a little art about this. This is really funny. Tiger
Oh my
Paw, thank
goodness,
you
where?
so much for this cute little art. It's in Artsy Fartsy. Beautiful.
That is perfect! The Darkrai's trying to hold it down, that's amazing.
The Darkrai's trying to, yeah, the Darkrai trying to hold the, everyone should join the Discord and check it out. That's all I'm gonna say. Beautiful. Darkrai's trying to hold down the Oricorio. I love it. I love it. Anywho, finally Oricorio versus Oricorio. Letter came at the wrong time. We are gonna see, I'm sure, Snorlax swing again. Habu's gonna take a second point now, and I mean, I don't really think there's anything to do here. So we're probably gonna go into game 3. 2, 2, 3, 3, 2,
3?
3.
I thought there was a first game, but I could be wrong.
Yes, this is game 2. This is game 2. First game was a big brick. No Kronkledor to be seen.
Right, this game, Little Brick.
I mean, we can attack for 60 and ping. It's a true statement.
Yes. I mean, technically, there is the ability to two-shot the Snorlax if it doesn't wake up. Even if it does wake up. Right? You're doing 80 damage twice?
Yeah, you could potentially be fine here.
Yeah, no, Nomu's still in it. Wait, Giratina lost all its energy for that retreat
Yeah.
attack. If Snorlax goes down before Greninja takes any damage from the Snorlax.
Yeah, as long as Snorlax doesn't wake up, there's a chance for sure.
This is not only the only Pokemon to be wearing an actual cape in its art, but it also has a cape, and it was recognized by Ursi as being a potential hero.
It's a scarf.
That's
I want to state
three
that.
reasons.
It's wearing a scarf. It's wearing a scarf. That's its tongue, but still, yeah, no, it's definitely a hero. It's definitely a hero, and it's a reason show to win here.
It's got a little cape too, I think. What's the white like streak?
Isn't it a
Is
tongue?
that also?
I gotta go with Greninja.
Me too.
The white streak's its ear.
Oh.
Gotta look at, unless it's like ear setup could be a cape, but it's like looks more like a neck piece.
Mm-hmm.
So did we not attack Snorlax?
There was quite a lot of healing items dumped on it while we were looking up whether or not Greninja had a cape.
Understood.
Wow, I think that was what, Nurse Joy and 2 potions, if I'm not mistaken.
Good amount. That's a good amount. 80. That will heal 70. Gosh. Yeah, I think there's a chance that there's a reason it wasn't drawn on with it. Sadly. We're going to game 3. And we'll clear the score.
Not even the hero can defeat the sleeping bear.
But he is a hero. We believe. Let's give it a second and we'll get into the game.
Alright, nobody's gonna brick this time. Sableye, make sure nobody bricks. Control the RNG.
Yeah, I'm
Alright,
sure
nobody's gonna
Sableye
brick.
can do that. I'm sure Sableye can do that.
Sableye is a gremlin. They're fantastic. The only thing that could do better than Sableye is probably like a Rotom. Yeah, you're way better than a Rotom. I was wrong. You're 10 Rotoms.
I don't know about that. But I believe yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
It's okay. I believe in you.
I believe in you, Sableye. You're officially in the game. You're officially in the game, so that's huge.
Sableye gave you thumbs up. Alright, this is a more balanced start. We're seeing Rikurio versus Froakie. We've seen Oak drop for Habu. Their Giratina's on the bench, but Nomu also has Giratina. So nobody bricked. Sableye did a great job, and we're gonna have a nice even game to see which deck is better.
Yeah, 100%. And with that, with Oricorio, we immediately have an electric energy. We could attach electric energy. Also, there's some other Pokemon we can put on the bench as well, though. There's that if there's a arena. So let's find out.
There's such like personality between the two Froakies.
Yeah, they're really nice. I like it a lot. Ted is telling us that actually he never did attack. Never attacked.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. It happens sometimes though. As we mentioned before, it is much easier for any one of us to be watching the game and say this is what should happen or this is what I would have done, versus actually playing the game, being in a top 4, playing for money, having almost 2,000 people watching your games from streaming. Things like that are going to add a lot of extra pressure here.
Absolutely. And we don't have to make all of the calculations. We only make whatever calculations we feel like talking about on a whim. They have to calculate every possible future, like they're Doctor Strange. Like, I explored 10,000 possible futures. Here's the one where I win. We just have to look at, oh, this could happen. Yeah, that sounds fun. So big like credit to the players who are thinking all of this stuff through that we're not even mentioning.
Yeah, for sure. Very sure. Huge shout out to all of our players. Let's see here. It does look, I mean, they immediately do get that Greninja. Luckily, we could attack this turn, but obviously, I don't really think that it's a great idea to maybe you want to attack, but you're kind of like sacrificing time to get energy. You could do 70. That would put you to about like 50 health left on that Greninja. But there's nothing really, on the bench that can capitalize for that 50 health or 50 damage.
It's a tough spot, and this is one of the disadvantages to running a deck with 4 different types of Pokemon. You've got the Grass Shaman, the Electric Rikurio, you've got the Water Froakie, and the Psychic Giratina. But you don't know which one to sacrifice right now. It's a tough call.
Yeah, great question. Looks like we're trying. I mean, it looks like Nomu Nomu is trying to figure that out as well. So it looks like we are going to bellow here. Gonna put another energy, and we're just gonna pass and let it wait. And with that, we only need one more psychic energy for Nomu Nomu's Giratina.
It's definitely a tough spot. They keep clicking on their deck. It's like they're hoping to draw a card. I'm wondering what they're trying to fish for, because right now we're gonna see Rikurio go down. They still don't have the ability to KO Greninja, and Giratina will get KO'd by the opposing Giratina, who will be in time for that. So as Nomu Nomu, you need something to take out the opposing Giratina. I think that's how you win, but I don't know what does that.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure. Like what the card that we're looking for is. Maybe it's like a Candy or Greninja if that's their hope. But we're just gonna go ahead and promote up that Oricorio instead, and let's see what they decide is the correct play here.
One thing they could do is just sacrifice Shaman, bring in Greninja, and bring in Giratina, take out Greninja next turn. But then their Giratina goes down to the opposing one, and they lose the game. Another thing they can do is send in Giratina right now, tank for a turn. Hope you get Rare Candy and Cyrus somehow at the same time next turn. It doesn't quite work.
Yeah, it really doesn't seem like it's gonna be super helpful, or I mean, like it's gonna work here. It's like a bad spot for no one to be in for sure.
This is one of those situations where your opponent got their Rare Candy attacker before you, and it's because they're running, I think, the extra Shaman, right? That's one extra card that maybe could have been something else to help in this situation. Also, a little bit of luck playing in there too.
Yeah, a lot of questions like sometimes with these cards. Shaman's are really nice for like certain matchups, like Incineroar in one example, right? But it can cause, you know, other issues, other matchups, or even just in games that maybe you don't hit the cards that you want.
Meanwhile, Habu's got this sleek, lean, ninjas only kind of
Ninjas
strategy
only.
going on. Wait, they're running Snorlax too, though, aren't they?
Yeah, they also are running Snorlax, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Two Snorlax. They're just probably deciding not to play them. It looks like. I don't want to get looks like it's two Reese. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it kind of came down to the Greninjas. I guess Greninja was the hero, just not on the side we're watching.
Let's see.
Nomu Nomu doesn't want to give up. They're like, I can't see a way forward, but maybe there's a way.
Maybe there's a way. I mean, let's say like we attack here. Papu doesn't have his Dark Rock, yeah, his Giratina with 3 psychic. There's a psychic energy coming from the power. No, there's an answer. I was hoping. I was trying to agree. I would say, and then we like evolve to our Greninja, and we ping, and then we hit, and then you knock out.
Maybe the play here is to retreat into the Froakie. And it's so chilling and confident that it intimidates the Greninja from attacking for a few turns.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. sometimes you gotta play the mental warfare, not just the game. Mental warfare.
All right, Giratina's going to swing here and take out the Greninja. It's putting itself in range to be KO'd by the opposing Greninja.
Let's see.
Will Habu successfully hit the attack button? It looks like that is the
It looks like
case.
it's the
Habu is going to take game 3.
And just like that, Habu has secured his position in the finals. And our next game is going to be Magnezone Oricorio versus Charizard and Incineroar. Personally, I would like to watch Charizard. If you'd be down for that.
Yeah, I'm down.
Perfect. That's going to be channel 6. And then I'll hop to a second. Start getting up here. Ooh, loud. That's a jump scare every time.
I'm very excited to see how the Charizard player is planning on playing this particular game.
Me too. Me too. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun to find out. But they're getting into their game here. We can get started.
Are they running a baby Charizard?
They're running Big Charizard, Vermilion Charmander, Litten, Incineroar. The burn is definitely an option. The burn is definitely an option, and then obviously 2 lilies. Okay, while they're getting set up here real quick, I'm gonna give you 2 seconds. Right back.
All right. Well, while Ursi is gone, this is Mimikyu, the greatest Pokemon ever. There is no Pokemon that is better than Mimikyu, but if you disagree, put your favorite Pokemon down in the comments. Mine is definitely not Mimikyu. I love Mimikyu very much. Actually, in the Ursi Discord, my nickname is TheSneakyDragon -Heart Mimikyu. Oh, we're getting started. Okey-doke. Well, looks like we're getting into the game. We see a Litten coming onto the field and no rare candies.
I'm back.
But Litten actually does a sizable amount of damage. It might be just the thing we need to take out that bird.
Honestly, yeah, I think Litten could do a lot of damage. I don't remember how much damage it really does to itself, but we are starting, and definitely a happy start it looks like.
I think it's 10 in recoil.
10 in recoil? Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's a full
opening
bench.
spread.
That's a full bench. But we can keep Magnemite in the active.
Very sizable chunk of damage. That's half a magnet gone.
Yeah, for sure. Do you sacrifice an energy for Pokemon that could be not Cyrus later because there's no Cyrus? Maybe so, honestly.
It's a tough goal because you really want to put energy on the Aricarios and start attacking. Like, just take out that Litten, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, we'd like to be able to, like, evolve. So I feel like, getting those Oricorios dealt with first would be really helpful. Yeah.
This is
Okay.
an interesting tactic. It relies on the Litten attacking you in order to KO it next turn. But it has the potential for the Litten to just decide to ignore you and then stall a little bit. I actually don't know who wins a stall game, but I think Rigorio might be favored if the game goes on too long.
Well, we do have the burn situation. There's no heals in. Well, let me check how much heals are in Bao's list. Bao has 2 potions and a cape.
They're thinking about it.
Yeah.
Here we go, Rare Candies Online. We see the Incineroar. And if I'm not mistaken, aren't they only running one of each of these in the deck?
Yep.
So that's pretty incredible.
Very good luck.
Yeah.
Definitely. With that burn is gonna go on and ping off. And one thing Bao really doesn't want is for Toku's Incineroar to come online so early.
To be fair to Bao, or Batsu, as I think that's in Japanese, Batsu. Oh, that's weird. They switched the last syllable between the English and the. They couldn't have predicted this. It's impossible for them to have predicted this. I mean, what are the odds that you get an on-curve Incineroar when you have a Litten and an Incineroar, just one of each in the deck? That's insane.
Yeah, definitely very, very, very low odds here. It does look like we're gonna research, dig a little bit deeper, but we're already up to 3 energies on Incineroar. It really doesn't matter for the Oricorio, but it does matter in the case of the like Magnezone / Magnet later in the game potentially. And we can go in and start powering up that Charmeleon on the bench as well.
Mm-hmm. Your win con as the Oricorio player is you want to get Magneton to KO one of the EX Pokemon, then bring in Oricorio to finish him off. But in order to do this, you need to not let 2 of your Pokemon drop before you bring in the Magneton.
Yeah.
This means if Takugan can take out 2 Pokemon before Magneton comes online, they have a good chance of winning the game.
Yeah, that's a great point. And they are going to start being able to swing. I mean, they already have into this Incineroar. Rolling would really do 20 per turn, but starting next turn, it's going to be in a range of that Charmeleon as well, because Charmeleon can do 40 once it's at 2 energies.
So something that's really weird that I've noticed is you said it only does 20 per turn. Technically, that's not true. It could do more.
Yeah.
But every time I see Incineroar burn someone, they recover immediately, and it only does 20.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. I guess that's like just my own mistake. So my bad on that because it is true. It could do more. It's only really happened 20 for me. But the other thing is the reason I also say 20 is as of this next turn, you're just gonna retreat your Oricorio if it doesn't pop off. It's a 1 energy retreat once both of your guys are set up. It's okay to cycle them back and forth, especially because Toku is not running a Cyrus. But no matter
That's
what,
true.
the main cycling thing is obviously it gets the burn off.
Right. What's striking me though is you're not wrong. It never does more than
It really
20.
doesn't.
I've never seen it happen.
I haven't either, I feel like. But meanwhile, you've seen sleep last for like 1,000 years.
Like, legitimately, has anyone ever seen Incineroar's burn last more than 1 turn? Has it ever happened?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's definitely a very good question. Charmeleon's coming up, and it's going to be able to finish off this Oricorio. But we definitely wish we had a little bit more heals to protect us from that Magnezone. Is there any way to do we have cape? Do we have heals? Do we have anything? Double check Bao's list real quick, but they're running 1 Cyrus, 1 Sabrina.
So then it would have to be a Cyrus here.
Yeah, it would need to be a Cyrus right now. We do move out the Magna Zone, which kind of tells me we have it in hand.
Another possibility is they thought they would lose if they didn't draw it.
But you could retreat back, right?
Yeah.
With the Oricorio. Oh, we don't have it. Hmm.
Oh. But it's okay because Incineroar only has one energy because it spent so much retreating. Clever.
Yeah, very true, very true. We do have rare candy though for a Charizard. Again, a little bit of problem because you have to stoke here and then you have to attack the following turn, so you could retreat back to Oricorio, but that will take a lot of energies off this Magna Zone too.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Oh, and that is its game.
That was really close. I didn't think it
Ouch.
would be that close.
Yeah, that's a problem. We'll have to see. I wondered what game 2 is gonna be like. Would love to see. You know, honestly, I'm happy with either. Very happy with this.
This was a really good top 4 set. I mean, this is an exciting match.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, like, what's going? It's like there's no way they're gonna win, but then it's like Tuco definitely made you think he was gonna take the entire set there for a second, and then it ended up just not the case. They're going into game 2. We'll get the stream up the moment that they've put down both their basics and go from. Okay. Little bit different of a start this time, it looks like, though. We are starting with Magnemite on Bow side, but Tuco is going in with Charmander this time.
Players have some research to be doing. Ooh.
If we could knock out this Magnemite, because obviously they would have put down an Oricorio last turn, I feel like if they could have, no reason not to. It's kind of concerning.
One reason might be like fear of the Sabrina plus attack kind of thing, maybe.
But there is no. I thought there was no Sabrina. Yeah, there's no Sabrina or Cyrus in Tuco's.
Then you're right.
So I would assume then that there's nothing for this Magnemite, and we're gonna hope, right, for on Tuco's side for a Charmeleon to be able to finish it off. Oricorio is finally gonna come down, but it is pretty late still.
It's one of the interesting questions. If your opponent has 6 cards in their hand, but they also appear to be bricked, do you play the red card?
Yeah, definitely a great question.
If a Alolan Executor falls down in the forest, but there's only a Whismur with soundproof to hear it, does it make a sound?
Is an Executor ever alone though? It's got like 20 heads.
It's Alolan.
It still has 3 heads then, right?
Yes, but it's Alolan.
Oh, alone. Okay, my point is that it can't be alone. Is my point. Oh, but you're okay. I'm saying it's not actually alone. Got it. I'm very tripped up by this one, but I like it. So we're gonna stoke here. It looks like so no Charmeleon sadly. I would have liked Charmeleon.
Charizard's looking really intimidating with 4 energy and just this little tiny Magnemite with an eyeball staring it down like, uh-oh.
It's only intimidating for so long. Only for so long.
I mean, Rio ain't scared of nothing.
Except Incineroar's burn, I feel like. But yeah, agreed. Charmeleon would have been peak last turn.
With Incineroar, it's a slow burn.
It is, yeah. Depending if they can hit tails one time.
We see Charmander actually running the 30 damage discard energy Charmander, which does a lot to Oricorio. It turns the 4 attack into a 3 attack.
We did retreat back, so yeah, retreat back. So our Charizard has a lot less energy on it. We do finally hit Litten. Just a little bit sad with the Charmander here, but I think you just hit it with the Charmander for a second.
Yeah, it is very expensive from an energy standpoint, but you really want to get rid of that Oricorio so that Charizard can start doing work.
Exactly.
Magneton, sorry, is powering up in the back. It's got plenty of energy.
That it does. I mean, obviously, you don't want to bring out like Magnezone here, but at the same time, do you? Because Oricorio is about to go down, and it looks like that might be the play.
It seems that's what Batsu's going for. I'll take out the Charmander here, and if a rare candy doesn't appear, they might be taking out Litten as well. I guess Charizard would go in next.
Yeah, Charizard could. Oh, we do
Ooh.
have Zone. You what? Put in Charizard. Hope they don't have Sabrina. Stoke again. Then swing for 150, but then you're at 50 health, so then you would get knocked out.
Or you sacrifice Charizard. Oh, they're doing it. You sacrifice Charizard and Stoke, play for the rare candy. You still attack it in time unless they switch to Oricorio. I think that, yeah, this might work.
But the problem is,
Because you Stoke on your turn. Oh, they got it!
oh,
Sorry, that was a little loud.
no, you're good. My problem is, Oricorio comes in and knocks out, though, right? And finishes the game.
What can it knock out?
Well, so Magnezone puts 110 into Charizard.
Oh, I see what you mean. And then
It goes
Charizard
to
takes that
50.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But would need a heal, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Or trying to.
Right, right. But they have it in hand. They have Lily in hand.
Yeah, Lily would cover. A Lily would cover, but if like they get Mars or I don't know if they have Mars. Red card. Okay, there is no Mars or Iono, so yeah, there's 2 Lilies they can use. Best protected.
That's a really good point, though. If Charizard goes down, Batsu will win the game, and Taku would lose, so they have to keep it alive. Very tense standoff between the ultimate magnet and the ultimate fire bird?
I'm not
Technically
sure.
a bird, right?
Is Charizard? I'm pretty sure it's like a lizard.
Yeah, lizard.
Because we didn't have dragon types back. Couldn't have been a dragon.
Well, we did.
Did
There
we have
were only
dragon
3
types?
of them, but we did have it.
Oh, but Charizard wasn't one.
Right.
Still.
And it's still not, unless it
So-
mega evolves into the X form.
So therefore, it's not a dragon. So
Yes.
I don't know what it is.
With the cape, though, it was able to
Wait.
survive.
Oh.
No! You can't attack it with that amount of health, though!
No.
And it goes down.
Bro, the cape gets forgotten every time. That's a 2-0, and Bao will be going to the finals. Oh my god.
Oh, it is Bao. It looked like a 2 on my screen because Discord was smushing it. There we go.
Oh my god. Oh,
Well played.
well played by Bao. Well played by Bao. Oh. Okay, well, that means we're going to be going to the finals then. Absolutely insane job by Bao and Habuver to get here. So I am so excited to see how the finals end up. It's going to be a Greninja Snorlax Giratina versus Magnezone Oricorio. And who's going to bring the win? Who knows? Honestly, who knows? Congratulations.
That was a hype match.
Yeah. Do you have preference on who we watch?
Not in particular.
Okay. Let's watch Magnezone. We have not watched their point of view. We've watched Habuver. Haven't watched Bao yet. Let's figure out where Bao is in the Discord. I believe that it is channel 55.
While we're waiting for Bao to start streaming, I do have a question.
Yes.
Do you now get what I meant by Alolan Executor?
Like, kind of, but not really.
Okay,
So
let
if it's
me explain it
Alolan,
this way.
like the Alolan type,
Yes.
you're not saying he's alone, so he would still make noise. But if you're saying
I-
he's alone,
I
I
was
don't
saying
understand how
alone.
he is alone. But then I'm saying, yeah, he does make noise because there's other people around to hear it. Right?
Yeah, like Galarin, Alolan.
Yeah, so it's not, yeah, for sure. Okay. I kind of got it, but I was like confused for that way. Ready when y'all are. You can start. I'm just being dumb.
I sprinkle a little bit of silliness into things on occasion.
No, I support it. I was doing, it was not the tree meme then. Brain move. You're watching?
Maybe?
Bow.
Ooh, here we go. Finals! Wow, immediately, no hesitation, just like boom, down goes the bird, end turn. Oh, wow.
And it is up to watch now as well.
This is it. This is for all of the marbles.
All of the marbles.
Now, Snorlax is really good for Habu. That's kind of what you want to start with, because it can smash those Arikarios. But the problem is, you gotta draw those berries, and we don't know what's in Habu's hand right now. Big ol' Centipede Dragon on the bench. That's really good. Getting that early means you will be able to start accumulating Psychic Energy from the start. Especially on this very first turn when you put energy onto Snorlax and can't attack. It's really nice to be able to do a good bellow here.
Yeah, it's nice to get the bellow really early like this.
They're playing so fast.
Yeah, it's always nice to see like the players, I don't know. Like I think it's like nice to see them play fast in a way that you can tell that they're confident in what they're doing. Um,
Yeah, this is the first little bit of hesitation we've seen from Bao, and it makes sense. You don't know if they have Barry. If they
yeah.
have Barry, you don't want to put the energy there. If they don't have Barry, you totally want to put the energy there. You do 50
Let's
damage,
go.
Magnezone follow-up, take it out.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And just like that, the bet was on the money. No berry comes down from Hoboover, and that means Bao's gonna be able to put in that 50 damage this next turn, like you mentioned, and that means Magnezone could finish off the Snorlax the follow-up turn.
They were able to get a second Snorlax, but unfortunately, due to Snorlax's very high 4 energy retreat cost, there's no running away. It's going to have to at least take the hit from Oricorio.
100%. Yeah, there is. What are you supposed to do as a Snorlax? Only thing you can do is hope that that research hit what they wanted, but you can't always be sure of that.
It's actually a funny situation where you almost want to use the Greninja as a backup plan to defeat the Oricorio if Snorlax goes down, but if you lose the Greninja, then you don't have a great way to poke anymore, and they can start walling with Oricorio.
Yeah.
This is an intense fight. I'm just calculating all the possibilities, and there's so many ways this can go.
Still no berry. We're just like building up here. We can do 50 damage, right? But what are you supposed to do in the long run? And the Oricorio on the bench could go down in 2 turns just from Greninja alone.
And what's huge here was that Nurse Joy. It made it so that Magnezone could not finish off the Snorlax. And
Yep.
it guaranteed that Snorlax will be able to attack.
100%. Sure. Yeah, and a little bit more of a hesitation again. Is there any world where you go in with that, Magnezone, and I mean, assuming they have one, right? And just like swing in. Maybe Snorlax can't attack the Magnezone back because it's above 100 health, or KO it back, I should say. And then maybe you retreat back again and swing with Oricorio. But I don't really know like what the long-term game plan is going to be here for Bao.
The obvious move is to just attack, but these are players in the finals of one of the biggest pocket tournaments of the week. They're gonna think about this and make sure that they make the most optimal move possible. Oh wow! They're retreating into Magnezone. I kind of like this. Keeping the Oricorio alive to deal with the Greninja, and then using Magnezone's health to deal with the thing that you're worried you really want Magnezone to fight, the Snorlax. I like that idea.
I like this gameplay. There's only, I do think Hoboover is going to need to start powering up that Greninja next. Because I think that's what the next, line is probably going to be. But let's see what they decide to do.
I mean, your Snorlax is going down. There's no way to save it. You are going to lose all of those energy. I think you at the very least do attack here, because with Greninja Poke plus attack plus poke next turn, the Magnezone will go down one way or another.
Yeah, that's a great point. I wonder if we have any heals here for the Magnezone just to make sure that it survives. But that's not... There is a cape. What's a possibility? We could also, retreat back here, right? And finish off. So, did they put an energy on the Greninja? It doesn't look like it. So they could retreat back here, attack with Oricorio. The only follow-up answer would then be, no, there is no follow-up answer because you can't attack with Giratina.
Yeah, retreating would be expensive, but it is possible it would preserve the Magnezone. The problem is, you dump 2 energy. You now need to manually put 2 more energy on that thing, and in the meantime, all your healing items have to go on it or it will go down to Greninja. On the other hand, though, you're baiting those Greninja pokes away from your Oricorios.
Yeah. And the thing is that I'm thinking of, right, is we come in with the Oricorio, Giratina can't hit, you gotta power up the Greninja, it'll take 2 turns to power up Greninja. Maybe it's just the play, and Greninja is weak to Oricorio if they do decide to poke into the Oricorio. I guess they bring up the other Snorlax. is the answer that I guess it would be.
This is such a good game. There are so many different possibilities. The player is actually running out of time. And they choose to attack without any heals, without any capes. They are
Oh.
deciding and committing to fully sacking the Magnezone to poke.
I don't know about that one.
And just gonna bring out the Ursaring and bet on the lack of Barry.
The thing is, I just feel like you would have to like put at least one potion in to say, right, that like.
Yeah, I would have potioned there, but one possibility is, like we were discussing, it was a really complex turn. They might have realized that they only had 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
And if they
for
played
sure.
the potion, the animation might have made it impossible to do anything else.
That's always a possibility, yeah. And being smart about knowing how long your animations are gonna last. Too bad though that we don't go in there.
I kind of wish the timer never disappeared, because I'm a little bit worried that that's what happened, that they sort of got, like, you know, shocked by it and were like, uh-oh, if I play potion now, it's too late, I gotta just button.
We get a Magnemite.
Nice.
Maybe the play here of what we're trying to do is we're saying I need heals and potions to have time to make my second Magnezone, because, you know, one Snorlax is enough to knock out an Oricorio. And then the other Oricorio goes down in 2 turns.
Ooh. That is huge. Double Greninja, that's double poke. They have the full power to take down the bench Ursaring, and it looks like that is what Habu is going to do here. That means there is only one more prize point needed. And that's critical, because it means Giratina will pin the existence of Magnezone. Magnezone cannot come out now. And that's GG.
And that's gonna be game 1. Habu's gonna take game 1, but can Bao bring it back?
You sound disappointed. Were you rooting for the Magnets?
I don't believe Oricorio has a very good matchup against Snorlax.
Mm-hmm.
So I am not hopeful. That being said, do I want Oricorio to prove every single one of you disbelievers? Yeah, I do. I do. Bro, everyone. Anyway, yes. Anywho, do I want him to disprove you guys? Yeah, but I'm not gonna spend my day sad about it if we lose. Just my year. Just my year. Be fine.
Once
Anywho.
again, Habu is able to pull the early Snorlax. I have to say, that is pretty lucky for Habu. I've played a version of the Snorlax deck, and you can go entire games without getting a Snorlax. You can get bricked on the Frog. They're having some really good draws here.
Yeah, fantastic job by them here. Yeah, I wonder if in the future you use those hills earlier than you would expect, just in case that type of thing does happen. But that being said, on to this game. Giratina's going to be able to go on and Bellow. You're getting their first energy. Magnemite could get its first energy and put some early damage into Snorlax. But, like, honestly, if there's a berry in the starting hand, I don't know what Bao is going to be able to do.
I feel like you almost play as if Barry doesn't exist, because if it does, you lose anyway.
Do I disagree? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't know. I said, do I disagree? I don't think so. As in, I don't disagree with you. There we go. So I was having a moment of like, do I disagree? No, I don't think I disagree. Yeah, no, I think you have to play like it's not there.
Well, Habu got it.
Got it.
They're kind of...
But I guess maybe he did make a correct play, because I didn't think about the energy you can get from Magneton. Because if we hit Magnezone right now, right, you just go and put 110 in. Not a huge deal. You only sacrifice 1 point. I don't know if we have Magnezone or not.
Is there a win in this scenario?
Yeah? What's Giratina doing, you know? He can't bellow. And I'm only seeing water energies.
That Pokeball is huge. It'll draw down the deck, which makes it much more likely that the Pokecom will produce a Magnezone, which is desperately needed here. They're not going to go for it? They might not go for it. Oh, are they going for double Magnezone? That's interesting. Bow coming up with some 300 IQ moves here.
Huh.
And I don't know when it was decided that the number 300 was the IQ of someone who makes a good move. I blame
Yeah,
YouTube.
I feel like at like 150, we're already at Einstein level. I don't think we need a full extra, you know, 150 points on top of that. We're fine with just 150 IQ moves.
Well, I guess if you're a Magnemite, you've got, what, 3 brains, kind of?
Magneton? No berry,
Yeah,
though.
Magneton.
And that's all that matters.
And there it is.
Magnezone is down.
Yep, remembered to use the ability.
We have like 700 magnets in a dream. We could win this. We could win this. Let's see. Rare candy, so we have a Greninja. Okay, we're gonna use some heals this game. We're gonna use some heals this game.
But because Snorlax is basically obliged to attack here, not necessarily. There are a lot of possibilities. I cannot confidently state anything anymore. I have no idea what these two are gonna do.
We use berry? I don't remember.
One berry was played.
Okay, so we will attack this turn. No. Okay.
This is
we're
the
gonna
second
attack.
berry.
We need to use our heals next turn.
I think this was really smart. By using the berry instead of energy on the Snorlax, it lets them power up the Greninja so that the Greninja can come in next turn and potentially wipe out the Ursaring or the Magneton with 80 damage, all without risking the Giratina, which can remain as a backline attacker. Or if they're putting in something that you need Giratina to come in, it could come in, bellow, and attack next turn. Really well played by Habu.
Really well played, really well played. Do you have another Magnezone by any chance? I don't think so. But maybe we
Well,
do.
there is, sort of.
I mean, in deck, but I mean, is there a world where we retreat right now and just attack with... I mean, there's a world where we retreat right now and attack with Magneton, though, right? But we aren't doing it, never mind.
Do they have any more basics that Pokeball could pull?
I don't think so. Only 2 basics. 4 basics, whatever.
Okay. Got it.
So now Greninja has to commit attack and... It does have to commit attack. We can Magnezone, knock it out. They need to probably bellow, though, if they want to go to attack. Or is it fine? They can hit with Oricorio. They can hit with Oricorio.
Yeah, hitting the Magneton is smart, because if you lose your Greninja for any reason, you want the Magnezone to be below 140 health, so that Giratina can take it out in one hit.
Okay, so Magneton is up.
Ooh.
This
Ooh.
could be huge, except it can't be. Can it be?
I don't think so. I don't see a way.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way.
they played really well, but
They played fantastically. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're wrong. We could be wrong. We're not the ones in
We
the
could be.
finals. Let us be wrong. Like, also, I don't think we are. Okay. That doesn't do anything. If we... No.
yep. We're
And
gonna
that's
see
gonna
the-
be the finals. That's gonna be the finals. Tragic. But also
Incredible
fantastic game. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic game. I had so much fun streaming and casting that game. Grandma, I can't talk right now. I had so much fun casting that game. Honestly, a masterclass in both Magnazone and Giratina Snorlax. So huge shout out to both of our players in the finals today. And congratulations to, oh my god, Hobuver, right? Hobuver, yeah. Congratulations to Hobuver. Stop calling me. So thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciated everyone being here and watching. But oh my god, what a masterclass. What did you think, Sneaky?
I thought this was a lot of fun, and not just because of all the and the new anime starring Larry, where he gets isekai'd into another world. But this was a great series. There were a lot of interesting new decks. We got to see the Snorlax Greninja deck that's been pretty popular lately. We got to see Incineroar and Garchomp do way better than I ever could have imagined. And I think the meta is still evolving. Now that these kind of anti-Giratina Darkrai decks are starting to pick up, I think it will remove the pressure they're putting on the meta and allow more new decks to come forward. And that'll be really exciting to see.
Honestly, I completely agree. I'm so excited to see how this meta continues to work because obviously we're just getting our way into it and there's so many changes that are coming about. I'm so excited. With that being said though, I do want to give a huge shout out to Sneaky. Sneaky, thank you so much for casting with me today. I really do appreciate it and all the fun that we had. I thought it was a complete blast. So thank you so much for being here. For those of you who do not know Sneaky, he is a competitive and fun content creator for Pokemon Pocket. Has the highest, most damage ever done in a Pocket game. And you can check out his YouTube channel over the mods will link all of his YouTube stuff. Check his YouTube channel out and make sure that you get to see that. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Sneaky?
Thank you very much for having me. This was a ton of fun, and I was honored to co-cast the Ursiiday weekly tournament with you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. With that being said, though, I do want to give a huge shout out to all of our players again. Huge shout out to Hoverver, huge shout out to Bao, and huge shout out to everyone who played in their top 64 today, but also huge shout out to all the players who decided to play in today's tournament. I mean, no one knew what the meta was going to bring, so thank you guys so much for playing. We could not have these tournaments. We couldn't have these games without you guys, so thank you so much. I also do want a huge shout out to all of our viewers. Obviously, we couldn't be here casting if it wasn't for you guys. And also, we wouldn't have what a fantastic and fun tournament without you guys either. So thank you so much. Please give yourselves a pat on the back because this competitive scene is only here because of you guys. And, you know, it is all of us together that makes this what it is. So thank you guys so much for being here. I also do want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, XP Collect, who supported this tournament all 27 weeks. We really appreciate XP Collect. They really went out on a limb to becoming our sponsor for the tournament. And if you are interested in Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Arcana cards, literally any of your physical card needs, make sure that you check out their website. They even have pre-orders and they already have Destined Rivals links open for pre-orders, so make sure that you guys, you know, can order from them if possible. So thank you guys so much for being here. I do also want to give a huge shout out to our judges and our mod group though. Our judges put in so many hours every single weekend, oftentimes without even the chance of competing in the tournament themselves. So thank you so much to our judges because we would not be able to play or cast these games without them. Thank you guys so much for being here, collecting names, collecting room channels, making sure everyone is streaming, making sure that we're able to pay out to our people, literally everything. Our judges are doing it all. So if you do see the judges, guys, make sure to give them a huge shout out as well and thank them for everything they do. I know sometimes it can get frustrating on judge rulings. You know, we know that you guys are putting your heart into this game as well. But that being, and so it can cause some, you know, heightened emotions at times. But with that being said, make sure that in the end, if it's before or after your heightened emotions, make sure you say thank you, because they really do make this tournament run as smoothly as it does. And with 1,047 players, it is not always the easiest for it to run the most smoothly. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for being here. We are going to be rating, I couldn't find anyone that was streaming from the tournament. We're going to be rating Spraggles here. If you're new here, though, I'm going to start waving so I know when I, you know, am waving because we are played. I'm Ursi. I stream Pokemon Pocket about 7 days of the week. I also do host and run the largest, most competitive Pokemon Pocket tournament every single weekend. We have a co-host on Sundays. This week, we are really excited to have on Sneaky. So thank you so much again, Sneaky. Mods will make sure to link his stuff again. But I do all types of Pokemon Pocket content on Twitter, on YouTube, all different places, and make sure to check those out. Also, if you're interested in the community, we'd love for you guys to join us. We have a really awesome and active Discord. We say good morning in the community channels. We say good night. We have a really, one day we'll get back to the hangout when I actually catch up on all the content I need to be doing. But one day, and then we play Among Us and have a lot of fun yelling at each other. If you guys ever want to join us, that's actually how we met Sneaky. Anywho, guys, thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna start waving now so I know when it does, and then we're gonna read Spraggles. So thank you guys so much for being here, and I will talk to you guys soon. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate you. You guys are the coolest. And now we're just gonna wave. It's 75 seconds of delay. I really hope no one sees this song because it's always really boring, but we're here, we're singing.